municipal bond issue. But I think it's probably some of the most serious work that the board is undertaking in a long time. We all know about the capital project, so just thank you, everybody, for your time. Thank you, Rochelle, for being here. Matt, thank you for being online. And with that, I'd like to call the public hearing to order. This is the Centerville Community School District. And we'll start with our mission statement that all students will learn well, become lifelong learners, and contribute positively to society. With that, it is July 27th at 4:30 p.m. in the Centerville Administrative Office. And this public hearing is called to order with a roll call vote, please.
Moore.
Here.
Mike Thomas.
Here.
Bob Thomas.
Here.
Shonda.
Here.
Berger.
Here.
Carter.
Here.
Estes.
Here, thank you. First of all, we'd like to welcome our visitors. Well, I kind of already did that, but to all that are here, thank you very much. With that, I would ask for a motion and a second to approve the agenda.
So move. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda for the public hearing. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The agenda for the public hearing is approved. With that, this is for the Centerville High School addition project. And with that, enclosed in this is the bid tabs. We'll go over that in a second. And we're gonna get updated on what the plan is. After that, we'll take public comments on it. So in your bid plan, I'll just tell you that we took, on the 21st, we took some bids. It's in your bid packet in there. We had 2 bids in, one from Bi-State contract and one from Graphite Construction. Bi-State was the lowest bidding contractor, it was much more than our budget. We're gonna go through that a little bit later. But their base bid was $18,438,629. With the unit price for over excavation, $56. Graphite is at $19,299,000 with a $350 cubic yard price for the over excavation that is needed. So those are the 2 bids that we had. And I guess, Rachel, do you want to go over, do you have anything additional to add yet, or are we still gonna wait on that?
I don't have anything to add to the bid tab reading.
Okay, until we get to the bid tab reading?
Or no, I don't have anything additional to add to that. As
Oh,
far as
okay,
that,
okay.
that and part of the project.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on the bid itself?
The over excavation cubic yard.
Okay.
I want to be clear as to what that is.
That's where I'm gonna ask you to help, yep.
Yep, I can speak to that. That over excavation, we have an over excavation plan already within the bid of the project. Because we know we're gonna need to do certain areas because of the report that we had done, the geotechnical report that was given to us. So there is already over excavation included as part of the base bid of the project, would be in that 18.4. But if we encounter anything unknown beyond the geotechnical report, we wanted to make sure we had a number that they had to stick to if they run into additional costs for that if they run into additional items that was not apparent to us in that geotechnical report.
Sure.
So that's the base, that's that cubic yard number that you see in there.
Were you happy with the report?
We had, there are some over excavations we have to do, especially over by the wrestling room area, as you guys probably are familiar with the wrestling room project. So we're gonna have to actually clear a lot of that subgrade out and put a new fill there, just because there's a lot of rubble and it's just not a very good infill right now. So that was probably the biggest one, but we were prepared for that because we knew that. From that report, and then the other thing was also just the foundation type that we were using around the building,
So I guess with that, who is the final say on what is and what is not over excavation in excess to the project plan?
So in our project documents, we show a layout and what is required to do it at the building pad, and that's clearly defined within the project documents, so anything beyond that would be considered, they would use that number.
But if they say, hey, this is more than what was in the project, who says yes it was, no it wasn't?
we would review that.
You'd review
Yeah,
that,
well,
all
well,
engineering and so forth?
Yeah, so what
Okay.
would happen, so like, let's say they encounter bed soils, which we know they're going to, because they have to over excavate anyways, but so they over excavate what we tell them to do, let's say.
Mhm.
They do that, you guys have to hire a geotechnic, a special inspections company, that would be
Okay.
third party. They would come in, they would test it to make sure it meets or does not meet the pressure requirements for the footings. If it doesn't, then they are required to over excavate more. That would,
Okay.
we would then question, okay, how did you do that? Did you do it per documents? Do we need to review how you did it? Or is it really truly an additional cost because it was unseen? Or not, maybe it was done per documents, it just is additional that we didn't expect,
Okay.
so.
And so that's part of the soft cost of the testing during excavation? comes out of
Yes,
that budget?
correct.
Is that
Yep.
geotest? Okay.
Yep,
Yeah, do the rest of you realize that that student parking lot, those are old bricks? They tore down the building and then put rock on top of it.
Kind of like our alleys that got excavated last.
And I think on the wrestling room, we got some extra cost on that, didn't we? I can't remember now, but there was, I think, there was.
Possibly a little bit, but I mean, it really didn't reach into that parking lot
Yeah,
hardly at
yeah,
all, so.
right. But I think there was a little bit of extra that they weren't planning on.
Okay.
I think that's part of the old hospital, is that correct?
No. Old hospitals of YMCA, that was the junior high before Howard. So that building was torn down in probably around 1960, just off the top of my head. I think that's when Howard opened, right?
yeah.
All right, so we don't want to get into a lot of design things because we want to get to that. But are there any other questions on the bids? Okay. With that, thank you for that report. At this time, since this is a public hearing, and that's really what this meeting is for, are there any public comments on the Centerville High School addition project? Because we're going to have our own board work session on these things. We got to stick to the public hearing on this one. I just want to make sure there's no questions. Are there any public comments? Anybody online? Anybody that wants to go ahead?
I just had a question or two,
So
so.
if you would just introduce yourself to
Sure,
join the board.
Sure, Joe Sharp. Lived down by the high school, previous board member, so I'm a little bit familiar with what you guys do, but just wanted to ask a question about what the general construction schedule was, or if you know that yet, or?
You wonder how much disruption you're gonna have in your neighborhood.
Well, yeah, I mean, in general, yeah.
Okay.
Initially,
Based on letting the bid, you wanna?
I can speak to what we put in the documents.
Yep.
And what was in the documents, of what we know so far. We won't have a detailed construction schedule until even bids are approved and then a contractor is approved and all that. But as far as the documents go, the documents outline that the construction would start on the addition part, which would be on the south half there by the wrestling area. That would all be fenced off and everything with the construction fence. And that addition would start right immediately, as soon as they could, to break ground in that area. And that would happen until the spring of '24. So that would start, let's say fall of this year, pending any approvals and everything like that, contracts, starting, this fall, and then it would wrap up in the spring of
So
'24.
18 months.
About
schedule, basically.
18 to 24 months, depending on where we sit with that, and then when they're able to actually get started. And then the second half of that would be everyone moving over into the existing school, or to the new school, the new addition, and then tearing that north half down, which would take you through into the fall.
Sure.
So that kind of tells you, that's big picture, not into the detail.
Right,
yet.
understand.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Since public hearing, anything else that you want to?
I don't think I have anything else.
Okay,
no.
you're just concerned about disruption, which,
Just interested in the
Yeah.
project, yeah.
that's a good point. We probably got, I take some notes, we probably need to let everybody who lives in that area just probably send a courtesy letter out of, this is what we're gonna do and how it's gonna be, and that way we're good neighbors too. So I appreciate you bringing that forward, so
Sure, absolutely.
come on in. Okay, are there any other public comments on the Centerville High School addition project? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the public hearing.
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion second to adjourn the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay if you want to. We're gonna talk about some bonding, and then we're gonna go into a workshop on IA's. He's a former board member, so. Iowa Associate School Board's here to do a work session on district new superintendent. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, Jill.
Great.
You're also welcome to, do whatever you want with your time, so.
Yeah, I'll probably stick around for a little bit, but
Okay,
probably
thanks.
not the whole thing.
And I appreciate your comments because it does trigger some things you probably need to do to neighbors, so thank you. With that, we'll open our regular board meeting and we'll call this to order with a roll call, please.
Moore.
Here.
Mike Thomas.
Here.
Bob Thomas.
Here.
Shonda.
Here.
Berger.
Here.
Carter.
Here.
Liston.
Here. And with that, we'll also continue to welcome our visitors and open up the public forum for our regular board meeting that is going to take care of some bonding and so forth issues. Any comments on the public visitors on the public forum? I only see we have one person online besides Matt, so nobody's chiming in. We'll go ahead to approve the agenda. I appreciate a motion and a second to approve the agenda. We have a motion, do we have a second? We have most a second to approve the agenda for the regular board meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. Old business, we are going to approve the lease with Indian Hills. It is in the detailed portion of your board packet that basically we didn't change any language. The entrance to the facilities is going to come through that back door to the west side. And as we talked earlier today, Indian Hills is actually going to bus over the students with a professor who will let them in, and so it'll be controlled access. There may be some times with parking and some weird things, we may have to do something else that'll be as an at-need basis, but for the most part, Indian Hills is transporting their students over to the lab, the professor will open the door up, and we'll just handle it that way. Okay.
Would there be some parking on that street on what you might call the west side there?
That's gonna get pretty clogged.
There's
Teachers park there already.
teachers parking there, and then depending on construction schedule,
Yeah.
students will have to park there.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions on that lease? If none, then I'd entertain a motion to approve that lease so that we can do that sharing agreement.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the lease with Indian Hills for use of the lab facilities. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. New business. Okay, this is, follow me with this one, how we're gonna do this, okay? We have 5 actions that have to do with the high school addition. Some have to do with the plans and some have to do with the bondings, okay? The first one is a resolution to formally approve and adopt the plans, specifications, form of contract, estimated total cost of the Centerville High School project addition. With that, our bids did come in higher than our projections, okay? In here is this document that I prepared that I want to give to you to read, to go over in detail before we have a work session that we're going to schedule to talk about more things in detail, okay? But right now there is a shortfall in funding versus the bid. Rochelle and her team are going through some value engineering items that we met yesterday, and we've got a tentative list of things. We don't have costs associated from Bi-State yet. But we're working on that, and they're working on that plan, okay? So what we have here is kind of a chicken before the egg. What do we do first, right? Do we approve the plans? Do we wait for value engineering? How do we get all the money for it? And it becomes a very complicated thing. So on this specific resolution, the way I see it, and this is where you can chime in and help me, is we have 3 different options, okay? One, we could just reject the bid and reject the plans. And if we do that, we have to redraw things. At that point, it would trigger a rebid, right? If we triggered a rebid, we are going to put ourselves at risk at further inflationary costs. Because I think what's happening right now with the whole supply chain and everything, these contractors are having to put into what's going to happen to my cost of materials 2 years from now in an unknown inflationary. Personally, I think that's what the part of is in the plan, okay? So we have an option to reject and then redraw and rebid, and we're putting ourselves at some risk. Option 2, as I see it, is we can approve these plans as they are, knowing that we're gonna do some value engineering. And then when those value engineering items come in, we take care of those through a change order that will reduce the overall cost of the project, right? So that would be option number 2. Option number 3 is we can table this and come back to it and approve the plans later, but we're still gonna have to deal with the change orders because we don't wanna go to a rebid. Are there any other options that we have that you can see? Does that pretty much sum those 3 of them up? Okay.
Real quick, can you just, so everybody knows, can you explain what value engineering is?
Yeah, so basically, right now, what we're doing is we've gone through a list of items through the documents. I've reached out to all of the design consultants, so the other design team members, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, food service, those people, everyone, civil, to think of items that they could either, we could take out of the project that maybe wouldn't take out space, right? But where can we find some savings? Do we change a product type of a specific unit? Maybe that will save us some cost. So right now, we're just creating an entire list of items through each one of those categories. We've sent that off to Bi-State for them to ask their subs for their actual numbers and savings in those numbers. And then if you guys choose that option to move forward with value engineering, we would bring it to you in potentially a work session way that we would look at those items and what the cost is associated with each of those items, and if you would like to move forward with those or not, with those items or not. So we would go through that. Obviously, we wouldn't make that decision unilaterally. That would be a decision that you guys would want to make, so.
But in the bottom, that's a good question if we get that clarified. But basically, we either accept these plans and then do change orders, reduce the cost, or we reject and redesign, rebid, and then, to me, that's a high risk thing on to rebid that, with just looking at what, they're putting inflationary hedges in their numbers. And I think, if I was a contractor, I'd do the same thing. It's the way the world economy is right now. So, the action that we have here is a resolution to approve the plans. We can reject it, we can approve it, and deal with it with change orders, or we can table it and come back to it later. How does the board want to handle this?
I prefer to just go forward with current plans and look at the value engineering.
Value engineering is not gonna make the short.
I think there's a good chance that
How many millions are we short?
We probably need the value engineer out based on we have some ability to bond some more.
I think that'd be a place to start.
we still have
What's that?
value engineering.
Still might have to, but I think we need to figure out where our money is, where we're at.
Yeah.
How much money have we
Okay.
got to spend before we do
All right,
that?
so pull this document out, I'll just go through it briefly. Okay. So if the title on the top is history of cost estimates, and if you go back, and I just took what we were seeing from estimates over time, when you get to the 4th column over, it's highlighted where it says 7/13/2022 and 6/13/2022.
Which page are you on, sir?
First page, very first page, this.
My page has got a little mixed up here. I found that.
It's not in that, it's a standalone stapled together packet.
Standalone, stapled together package.
There is 1 foot at every spot.
I don't see anything stapled together in my packet. Okay,
Huh, okay.
very good, thank you.
Sorry about that. That would be why you're confused. Okay, so on this one, I think, Rochelle, that the estimate that that I had, you gave us 6/13, actually, was a type, should have been 7/13, it's the one that you gave us an hour that day. So it was actually dated 6/13, but you gave it to us on 7/13. So you can look at all the line items in there, and then you can look at what the actual bids are, okay? And if you take that right in here, where it's in the solid box going down, Total project cost is $20,486,603, okay? Continue to go straight down in that box of source of funds, we have, right now, $18,452,555. Okay. Now, we're getting a little bit, in there is a $3,190,000 estimate from the save bonds sold today. We're actually getting a little bit more than that, so that's a good news, okay? So it leaves a funding shortfall of $2,034,000. Okay, you with me?
I'm with you.
Everybody with me? Okay. So we've asked for a value engineering goal of like 7%. I put in there conservatively with our estimate 5%. Okay, which is $921,000. I'm playing worst case. We really probably need to come up with more, but that's kind of our worst case number right there. So that gives us a net funding shortfall of $1.1 million. Okay. We've already talked to Matt, and we're gonna get to him on the bonds that we sold earlier, but we have the ability to issue new bonds, new sales tax revenue bonds of $2 million. We have the capacity to do that. Now, we have to have a public hearing and so forth for that, okay? With that, what we would have from that is additional cash from the bonds of $887,000. Now, what that means is we're actually taking $1.5 million out of cash. We would just actually replenish some of our cash to have a little bit more of a cash balance for things like the Howard Gym roof that we're probably gonna have to replace, okay? You with me? So we can raise the money to do this, is the bottom line.
You said out of cash. We have 1.5 million in cash, is that?
Yep, that's one of our source of funds up there is, if you look at the source of funds, the safe couple cash is about $1.5 million.
Okay.
Okay, so instead of, if we did the $2 million in bonds, we would just reduce our, basically we would replenish that cash. So we're not going totally uncomfortable on cash in case we have a big ticket thing that comes up. Okay,
And so this doesn't touch any of our other budget items?
not, well, we'll get down to that. We'll go through that, okay? But it does a little bit, okay? So basically, if we did that, we'd have a little bit of extra cash in there, contingencies and so forth, right? And we don't know the value engineering number. We think we're gonna have to put a new roof on Howard, and that's probably, we're budgeting $400,000 for that. Okay? So that means after we would sell the additional $2 million in bonds, we would have just under $500,000 net for other, to kind of replace cash. You with me? Okay? There's some assumptions down there. One is we've got to spend preschool money by that date, December 29th of 2023. The $10 million GEO bond money we've got to spend by 6/28/2004. These are all legal requirements that we have as terms of the bonds. The $2 million bonds that we sold to Iowa Trust, we need to spend by July 1st of 2025. Then here's some assumptions. If we do $2 million in new bonds, or if the $2 million in new bonds are not issued, then the net funding shortfall, we're gonna have to make that up with our save cash. Okay, and when I talk about save cash, that's the $600,000 a year maintenance allocation that we set aside every year. We're gonna have to take that money and do no maintenance in the district for 2 years if we don't issue the bonds. That's a bad thing.
That's a bad thing.
Okay, right? But we could use that revenue and just say, for 2 years, we're not gonna do any maintenance. That would be a foolish thing to do.
Very foolish.
Okay, I'm glad we're in agreement on that one, okay?
Yeah, I'm on the amen corner.
Okay. If new save bonds are issued, then an immediate reduction in the annual maintenance budget from $600,000 to $400,000 to repay the bonds. So we've got to get the principal from someplace. And I think that's okay because we're only spending about $400,000 a year now, and we got a lot of new facilities. So I think that's a fairly reasonable assumption that we can make.
And Lisa's in agreement with what you're saying? Or,
Yeah.
okay, okay. Just wanna
I think the
make
12 hours we spent together, the three of us spent together the last couple of days, we're kind of,
sure. I figured that, but I just wanted to check.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Another assumption is we have a voter-approved PEPAL that expires in 2031. is a $220,000 annual number, that our dollar amount that we get annually. If we don't, if that doesn't get reapproved in 2031, then between 2031 and 2038, there's gonna be a cash shortfall that's gonna have to be made up probably out of saved dollars, okay? And that's something that we should probably start thinking about now, being forward thinking, okay? And that's the last thing, to prepare for the non-renewal of the voter approved PEPAL, we should maybe think about taking the annual maintenance down to 300,000, just to prepare for those years. So those are, and those are in the, we're not, some of that is if we're not gonna go after the $2 million bond too. We're gonna have to do that.
And that value engineering is on the low end
Yeah.
of what it could potentially.
Yeah, this is stretching our budget, it's doable, but it's stretching our budget.
Real hard.
Yep,
There are people in the public who think we should postpone this for a while, but once you pass the bond issue, you gotta do something with that money.
We have to do something with the money,
And I
yeah.
don't think the public, well, I didn't know that either before this time.
yeah,
Well, and one thing too, to make sure, you hear the word bond, it can strike a lot of fear. So the biggest thing is, explain on the same bond, it is not property tax.
yep, it's not.
It is,
Okay, so I'm gonna reel us back into the purpose of this meeting right here. If you go to the back page, there's a schedule, some additional meetings that we're, because we talked about on the 21st having some work sessions just on this issue, okay? What I don't want to do is spend the next 2 hours going through what we're really talking about doing on the 5th, okay? So I don't want to get too stuck in this. So that's why there's 3 options right now. Do we reject, do we approve, or do we table? I think rejecting this is a bad idea because we're gonna get into, that means we're gonna have to do something major, slashing, like cut the gym out. I don't think we have to do that. Then we have to go rebid, it's just, what are we gonna do, right?
the risk with the rebid is you bid it out now, and it potentially is gonna come back worse
Yep.
with less.
Yep,
Um,
that's the risk, okay? So we either, on this resolution, we either approve it or we table it. That's really the option.
Did we already pass a resolution like this in a previous?
This is for the final. We did the preliminary.
Okay.
Good question.
That's what I need.
Good question. Your mind's still intact because I asked the same question.
Oh, okay.
This is the final, and this is formally, the first were preliminary.
Well, I don't see any problem tabling it for about a week is what comes up. I'd like to see what value engineering we've got. Need some, and a week is not gonna make or break us here, either way.
Okay, so we got some opinions out there. What's everybody else thinking? Anybody else want to speak? Because I'm gonna ask for a motion either way, so.
Hey, Kevin,
Yeah,
this is Matt at Piper. I'm just wondering if you might want to table it, not necessarily to another meeting, but just until after I'm done, because they may learn some stuff from what we're going to talk about. And then they may be more comfortable or less comfortable
okay,
taking action on it today.
okay, all right. That sound good? So, do we have to,
Make a motion to table it.
we have to make a motion to table till later in the agenda?
So moved to
So
table.
moved, second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All
Aye.
right, we're gonna table that one. So with that one, consider possible action, the resolution to award the bid. I would entertain a motion to table that until later in the meeting. Motion a second to table that one as well. Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. All right, you're up. So this is the consideration of the sealed bids, opened and reviewed by the superintendent of schools, secretary of the board, and the municipal advisor not to exceed 3.695 million school infrastructure, sales, service, and use tax bond. Matt, take it away.
All right. Well, good afternoon, board. I would like to first reiterate what Kevin said earlier about thanking the board for having special meetings. I do this all the time, as you guys know, all around the state. Some of you have been on the Centerville board for a long time, and some of you are newer to the board. But this process is something that some board members never do during their whole tenure as a board member. Some citizens never get to see it happen in their whole life in a district. It's a very exciting thing that you're doing, but it also does take an enormous amount of the board members' time because there are all of these little changes that happen, all the different steps. So it's maybe more than you knew you were getting into when you ran for the board, but I would, on behalf of your citizens, of which I'm not one of, but I would thank you guys also for your commitment to the community and having these board meetings at special dates and times, which are going to continue throughout the project for one reason or the other. But going to the transaction from today, I want to, I know you want to get out of there. You have a lot of other things, but earlier when you were talking about the land that you had to dig some stuff out. There was some stuff in there. It made me think of a school district in Western Iowa. You guys are lucky because there was a school, this has probably been 15 years ago. They were digging underneath the old building that they were going to tear down to build a new building, kind of like what you guys are doing. But as they were digging, what did they find? They found about 7 or 8 school buses that had been used back in like 1910, 1920 as the fill. So the fill was made up of old school buses and nobody knew that. And so when they started digging, of course, that delayed things because then they had to see if there was oil and gas and who knows what down there. So whatever's in your underneath your high school or the area that has to be dug up, it's got to be better than what happened at that school. So just keep that in the back of your mind. But looking up here on the screen, we have the report of sale. There's quite a few pages in here, but I'm going to go through them fairly quickly. For one reason, because Lisa, Mark, and Kevin and we already went through this in a lot of detail about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago. So I'm very confident that they understand it, but also because you as board members, you've been through this already a few times over the last 12 months. The process is really the same. Of course, this is not general obligation bonds like what you have done before. This was the issuance of sales tax revenue bonds, and we were taking bids today at 1 o'clock for the sale of the $3.695 million of sales tax revenue bonds. Up in the heading up here, you see that the district did receive an A+ rating on the sales tax bonding capacity from Standard & Poor's. That is about as high of a rating as most schools would get in Iowa. A few can get it to the next level, which is a AA-. For the most part, those are going to be metro schools that have a very, very significant enrollment increase trend. The bonds are going to be insured. That's what the bidder is choosing to do. All of the bidders were going to choose that. So they will carry a AA rating from Standard & Poor's of the insurance company. We did receive 4 bids. You can see on the page. We look to the bottom right-hand corner of each section for the true interest rate. In the case of the winning bid, Stiefel Nicholas, you see that true interest rate of 3.53. And then the second place bid right below that, 3.563. To the right, the third place bid, 3.565, and then 3.67 is the fourth bid. So these are, of course, they're higher rates than what you saw 6 months and a year ago. We're going to see that comparison in a few minutes, but they're actually, with all other things considered, in the world that we're living in today versus a year ago, these were quite good bids. The winning bid was better than what we've seen in the last month, in particular with some other schools. And again, you'll see some of that in a few moments. The page that's here is just showing you only from today's bond issuance. So the bigger picture is not included yet. It's going to be included on a different page. But from today only, the bond principal you see up here is $3,695,000, and then the bidder designed their bid, the structure of their bid, such that they're paying you a $218,000 premium. That also happened on the other conventional sales, like the general obligation bonds that you sold, something similar. And so that's the revenue coming in, $3.913 million. And then what you're spending it on would be the underwriter's cost. So that's the bidder, the winning bidder, the fee that they took, and that becomes part of the bid. So the bidders are choosing interest rates, yields, and fee. So all 3 of those things are combining to make that true interest cost that you saw on the first page. You're also paying bonding costs. That is your attorney, Allers and Cooney, Standard & Poor's, Piper Sandler, United Missouri Bank, all of those various professional costs there. You will set aside a reserve fund, which is typical for longer term sales tax bonds like this. So that comes off the top. That is money that you are not losing. It is the district's money. No one's taking it from you, but you can't touch it until the bonds are paid off. So it's sort of a safety net, not just for the bond holder, but also for the district, in case there's ever some kind of catastrophic event that's such that you can't make the payment. You could dip into that reserve fund to help make a payment until the time comes that the revenue came back. But then the net amount in the middle in that red box here, probably all that you guys care about today, how much can you spend just from today's bond issuance is $3,403,000. So that would be on architect's fees, construction costs, et cetera. That's after all of the bonding costs have been accounted for, including that reserve fund. We see on the next page the actual repayment schedule or amortization schedule. So there are very small principal amounts being repaid in the first several years. That's because you already have existing bond payments in those years. We will see that on another page in a moment. Where the red line is going across the middle here, July 1 of 2030, that's when these bonds become callable, which means that once you get to that date, if you have extra money sitting around, which seems crazy, but you may, if you did, you could begin to pay these bonds off early. You could prepay them, and you could pay them off in $5,000 increments at any time with 30 days notice. Once you get to July of 2030, you could also refinance the bonds at that time or anytime after that if it's mathematically feasible to do that. And you could restructure them, or you just leave them outstanding the way they are and you don't touch anything and you just keep making the scheduled payments. We have on this bond pricing page, the most important thing here is right in the middle, this dark red rectangle. This is the yield. The yield on each bond maturity is really what we consider to be the market. So we are going to use that to compare what did you get versus what did a different district get. If you were the investor yourself, is this a good investment for you versus if you bought a CD at the bank, or if you had McDonald's stock and you got paid dividends or something like that. So this is what would compare to that. And you can see that the yields that were assigned today were between 1.85, that's for the 1 year maturity, those bonds that come due next July 1 of 2023, and then going out to 2038, where the yield was 3.4%. And then over in this bottom right-hand box with the red type, I just pulled out a few examples of recent activity to give you board members some idea of is this a good deal? Is it a bad deal? What happened? And you can see here that just basically on Monday, so 2 days ago, Boone School District was doing exactly what you're doing today. Their bonds were bank qualified, yours are bank qualified, which means you're issuing less than $10 million in new debt this year. So they're identical from that aspect. The 2023 maturity, so that amount of principal that comes due basically a year from right now, on Monday at Boone, that was a 2% yield. Today, it's 1.85% for your sale. And the lower is the better, obviously. The lower rates are better for you. They're worse for the investor, but we don't care about the investor today. We only care about the school district and your taxpayers. When you go out a little bit further, basically to 2034, Boone was at 3.15. You're also at 3.15, so equivalent. And if you go to the last maturity that you have of 2038, Boone was at 350 and you're at 3.4. So this is just showing us that just a slight change between Monday and Wednesday, and you're reaping the benefits of that, slightly better rates than what Boone received. You can see then there's an example for Clinton and Mid Prairie. They both sold bonds roughly a month ago for Mid Prairie, for example. Theirs were not bank qualified. That means they were issuing more than $10 million in 1 year. And so that means that the interest rates would have been slightly higher just because of that. But there's actually a larger difference here, which is more than just bank qualification. It's because interest rates have actually dropped since a month ago. And you'll see that on a table in a few minutes. But here, just looking just as a couple examples, that the 1 year at Mid Prairie was 1.9, today at 1.85. But going out to the longer term, which is much more important because you're going to pay that interest for a longer period of time, you see Mid Prairie was at 4.15 and today you're at 3.4. So a 75 basis point swing downwards to your advantage. And then I also just put in Fort Madison. they sold bonds last fall, just to show you how dramatic this rate increase has been. You can see the 2038 maturity at Fort Madison was 2%. Today, it's 3.4% for Centerville. That's nothing that's different about the two districts. One's not better than the other one. It's just literally a difference in interest rate movement. Interest rates have risen that quickly, that steeply, that we see that difference. So very, very significant difference. When you look at these, what I see, not popping out, I don't mean literally, but what it tells me is that for Centerville, it's a good thing you're selling bonds today versus a month ago. We don't know what's going to happen a month in the future, so we don't know yet if that could be even better or worse. But the timing, and it's really, it's not my choice, it's not your choice. Ultimately, it's kind of dumb luck, to be honest. Nobody gets to really take credit. I wish I could, and I wish that Lisa could, but we schedule a time, and then whatever happens on that day. You just happen to be at the lower end of the yield curve, at least for the last month or two. So that's a positive thing. And then thinking about your $10 million issuance, which are the property tax backed bonds, you sold those last year before this interest rate rise occurred. So those, luckily, knock on wood, got to be at ultra low rates, one of the lowest rates ever. And you got that in before these rates began to rise. So especially because those are backed by the property taxes, that's really advantageous for your taxpayers, your property owners as well. Now this page here is the big picture. Now these numbers that you're going to see here, they don't match exactly to Kevin's. He's making a few different assumptions than I am, but it's very close. The big picture is very similar. So none of these are exact anyway, because we don't know every fact yet. You still possibly are going to issue bonds next year. Of course, there's the possibility of having some savings through the value engineering, but we don't know any of those results yet. So none of it's written in complete stone. But what we see in the left side of the page towards the top in the yellow box, right now the total project cost is somewhere around 20.5 million. Now that's after all the bonding costs. So some of the documents you see include bonding costs and some of them don't. This is after the bonding costs have been and the reserve funds, for example. So of that, 18.4 million from the low bid and then soft costs of around 2 million. There is a section in here, this line that is currently blank. I think this is orange or green. I'm colorblind, but I think it's orange. So we can later put in here, let's say negative 200,000 or negative 500,000, whatever value engineering you may be able to capture. And that would bring down the total cost to some lower number. However much lower it might get, we don't know. Then we have all of the various bonding costs that are in here. At the bottom of the page, we have the bonding revenues from the general obligation bonds, today's sales tax bonds, and the general obligation bonds from earlier this summer, and then a projection of what might happen next year. And again, might happen, we don't know for sure, but the issuance of around $2 million of additional sales tax bonds, which Kevin referenced earlier, the possibility of using some of the bond proceeds or all of the bond proceeds that you still have from the prior bonds that are left over, so to speak. And then here's where that possibility of using $1.5 million of your district's sales tax / PEPAL cash that you have accumulated or will have accumulated throughout the construction phase. So if all of this was 100% accurate, which it's not going to be quite yet, everything in green though, which is a lot of it, is accurate. We know those things are factual results of bond sales so far. But if this was completely accurate, you'd only be $158,000 short. So that's all that the value engineering would have to capture. Now, that's not really what you want as the result. You, of course, would like to find some other savings through the value engineering, not to deteriorate the quality of your project, but just maybe things that don't need to be X, Y, Z. It's sufficient and acceptable for them to be ABC or whatever. That's what the architect and construction manager are now going to do, is try to locate those things. If, let's just say, for example, I'm making this up, but if they can find $1 million of cost reduction, then obviously you could choose to either borrow less money next year, contribute less cash, or contribute less of the old bond cash. Now, I think you need to contribute the old bond cash because you need to get rid of it. You need to get it out of your hands. But the real question probably is, do you reduce the cash you need to contribute and leave more surplus for other needs, emergencies, other things throughout the years? Or do you reduce the bonding that you do possibly next year, which that alone also can save money? I mean, it's going to cost you money. So if you didn't bond as much, or you don't need to bond at all, you're going to save interest cost, bonding fees, and all that stuff all over again. So these are things that we will talk more about, probably more so late winter and early spring next year, because many more of these unknowns will have become known facts then, and we can tighten all this up. But what this is showing is that you do have the capacity, and that's what Kevin was saying earlier. You have the means to fund almost the full project cost, even without reductions, if you really wanted to do that. But of course, you don't want to do that. You'd like to get lower costs. Everybody would. Just as another sidebar here, I got all kinds of sidebars today for you guys. I'm trying to take bids for a deck at my house. You think your project is over budget, right? I got bids for a deck at my house in Urbandale, Iowa, $100,000. I'm like, what? I mean, my first house cost me less than $100,000. So it's not just school stuff. It's
When you
everything.
get your deck done, we want to be invited to see that deck.
Yes. Well, if that was actually going to happen, I would invite all of you guys up, and I'd have a lot of beer, because the beer would taste really good on a $100,000 deck. I can guarantee you that. Now on the right side, just real quickly, this is the same thing as all this. It's just showing it out, broken out by bond issue, but it's just kind of a double check. It's getting to the same theoretical deficit here of 158,000, which again is not real yet. We don't know what it's going to be. Now this is today's issuance, the 3.695. Again, this is just the amortization schedule. It does show the existing bond payments that you already have in the fourth from the right column, adding them together and then dividing them into your total revenue. Remember that even if you do borrow next year, which actually is this page, the next page, this is just an estimate, a guess at what next year could look like if you issue 2 million. Even if you issue bonds next year in the amount of 2 million, you're still not obligating all of your sales tax. That's important for you as board members to know, because citizens and you as board members will ask that question a lot. You do not ever obligate all of the sales tax to make bond payments. The investors just would not lend that amount to you. It's too risky for them. So you always are leaving some amount of surplus, and of course that amount then you can use for other things, which you do use it for, buses and technology and maintenance and all of those things. This is that big worksheet, difficult, I'm sure, to see up on your screen. Those of you that have been board members for a while, you've seen this many times from me over the years. It just keeps changing and getting updated, and in your case, kind of getting bigger and bigger because your projects are getting bigger. But this is showing future sales tax and PEPL revenue based off of some reasonable assumptions, but it's not an absolute either. We don't have a crystal ball. So there are revenues coming in. You have about $2.8 million, or excuse me, $2.5 million in the bank at the end of June in sales tax and PEPL. So that's the beginning point. Then we start adding all the future revenue, subtracting the various bond payments that you have here and over here. And this worksheet does include, you see, the assumption that you do issue the $2 million next year. So that is factored in here, at least currently hypothetically. We still show you spending $900,000 a year from PEPL and sales tax on other things. Those other things are buses, cars, vans, lawnmowers, technology, one-to-one laptops, carpeting, tuck pointing, roofing, all of those things you just commonly spend money for. We're allocating $900,000 a year for all that stuff. plus inflating that into the future, assuming that each year inflation takes its toll. Now, the inflation is not assumed at today's levels because today's levels are crazy. As you all know, they're not normal. They're not going to be like this forever. I promise they will not be like this forever. And then here's the 1.5 million of cash that you might contribute. And that's showing here, at least being taken out in the fall of 2024. After you've spent all of the bond money, then you start to dig into your cash. You want to get the bond money spent from all of the various issues because of those timing issues that you have where you need to spend the money basically within 3 years of getting it in your hands. But this does assume that you've spent $1.5 million of your own cash. And then again, as Kevin referenced earlier, this does project some deficits, but the deficits don't occur until 2035, 36, 37. And the reason that the deficits are occurring is because in my worksheet, your voted PEPAL is not assumed to be renewed because it's just too early for me to make that assumption. I don't know what your future school board is going to do or what future citizens are going to do, but it is very likely most schools do renew it. So if you renew it, and there's all of a sudden revenue in this empty section that I'm circling here, that revenue would then offset these deficits. Or if something happens and there's not as much revenue because you didn't have as many students, property taxes didn't grow as we thought they would be, you spent more than $900,000 in certain years or whatever, then of course these deficits might be even larger. But what that means is that as you get out closer to 2026, 27, 28, closer to when the PEPAL is going to expire, we will keep updating this worksheet, me, Lisa, Mark, whoever's at the district, and we'll keep seeing, is this really accurate? Or were we being too conservative, or were we being too aggressive when we made these assumptions? You'll know that, we hope, years before there's ever a real problem, if there's ever a problem, so that then you can really concentrate on either passing that voted PEPAL or reducing some of the expenditures that you're doing for maintenance and buses and that stuff. I think that the number that's in here of 900,000, which again, that's the combination of transportation, technology, and maintenance, it probably meets your past history. But your past history was with some older, less modern buildings. You had a lot more cost on those buildings. As you now are renovating and replacing some of those buildings, I think, although I don't know for sure, but I think your annual maintenance costs are going to go down. Now they're going to come back up later because the current new buildings they're themselves going to get old one day. But this is probably a somewhat conservative for the near future, and that itself might also result in some higher surpluses than what we expect. There are a few generic worksheets in here. This shows how dramatic, actually, I'm sorry, I went one too far. This one, how dramatic this interest rate rise has been. You could see that when we looked at the difference between the Fort Madison school rates and Centerville school rates today, but this is showing you just an example of the 10-year interest rate, and it's showing it to you for 1 year of history. So from summer of 2021 to summer of 2022. And you can see that 10-year interest rate stayed very level down here in this 1% range for the entire year until this spring, until March and April. And that's when we see this very aggressive, steep rise in interest rates going up to 3%. But then they did drop back down. Then they went back up. This is about when Mid-Prairie and West Delaware were selling, unfortunately, at this higher point. But then down here towards the far right, the lower, that's you and Boone. You guys are issuing debt this week as the interest rates were a little bit lower. But you can see it was a very, very significant rise, very quick rise. This is the same thing on the next page, but now this is showing that 10-year interest rate for a 10-year period. So a decade from the summer of 2012 on the left to the summer of 2022 on the right. And we see again, that 10-year interest rate stayed within this band between kind of 3.5% and 5% until we got to COVID. Then COVID resulted in interest rates dropping down to this extremely low levels. This is again the 10-year interest rate, just as the example, close to 2%, sometimes below 2%. And then just in the last couple months, it's sort of shot back up. Now, there's a couple things I think are important about here. This very low point, you guys are lucky. You got to issue $10 million of bonds in that period of time. So you got to take advantage of that. The other thing, this was not normal. You got to take advantage of it, but it wasn't normal. That was not a normal world we've been living in for the last couple of years. Normal is closer to 5%. And over the last decade, it's even been lower than that. But even today, we're just barely getting back to where the low side of normal is. So while we've kind of heard the news, we've been talking amongst our neighbors and et cetera, thinking that the sky is falling, interest rates are rising. The Federal Reserve just this afternoon, literally right after you sold your bonds, raised the short-term interest rate by 0.75%. Now that wouldn't have impacted you today very much. That's a one-day interest rate. It's the overnight rate. So when a bank has to borrow money, for those of you that don't know about banks, that's what happens. The banks don't have enough money sometimes. So they go to the Federal Reserve, to the federal government, and borrow money overnight, just for one day at a time. So the rate that you hear the Federal Reserve talking about all these years that we've heard these meetings going on, it's the one-day interest rate. But it does have an effect on all the other rates. It's just not an immediate lockstep change. But just pointing that out, that the sky is not falling. Yes, we're going to be paying more for things from an interest rate standpoint, but we're still not even back to normal. So we're still issuing bonds, buying cars, buying houses at interest rates that are historically still quite low. This worksheet is again generic, but it's showing just the impact of higher interest rates. So this is an example of if a borrower, could be a school, it could be a city, it could be a person, it could be a company, whatever, if they had $1 million annual payment. So that's principal and interest, $1 million every year for 20 years. So $20 million out of pocket to repay that debt. If interest rates were around 2%, and this is where they were last October, they were about 1.8, that $20 million borrowing or repayment could have generated around $16.3 million of bonding, or of construction for some buildings, improvements, whatever. As interest rates rose to 3%, which was around March or April of this year, the same $20 million would only build $14.8 million. As they rose to 4%, which is about right now, they're a little bit lower than 4%, maybe around 3.8. And I'm talking about a 20-year general obligation bond here as an example. That same $20 million cash flow is only building $13.5 million. And if interest rates get to 5%, that has been diminished down now to $12.4 million. So the good news, even though interest rates are rising, is that Centerville has gotten all of your debt, with the possible exception of this relatively small $2 million that could happen next year. All of your debt was issued in this 2 to maybe 3.5% range. So again, by luck or whatever, you got debt issued. Sometimes last year you might have wondered, why were you issuing the bonds so quickly? You hadn't even taken construction bids. And that's a legitimate question. We talked about that. Should you issue the bonds yet, or should you wait? Now, again, it was dumb luck. You guys didn't know, we didn't know, nobody knew that interest rates were going to rise like this. But luckily, you issued the $10 million last year, and so that you got that part locked in at those very low rates. And then the last thing here, just the timeline for just today's bond. We are at the July 27th date, so we took bids at 1 o'clock. We presume here in a minute you're going to award to the low bidder. And then at your meeting on August 8th, that's when you're going to do the rest of the legal paperwork. Same process you went through, for your other bonds earlier this summer and last year. And then on August 23rd, the money is going to come into your hands and you'll have it available to begin spending. So questions that any board member has about what happened today, what still is yet to happen, these projections we're making for next year, et cetera. Any questions you have? And once your questions are answered, I'm going to lead you through the resolution. But we'll wait for that for just a second until you I know you don't have any more questions.
You talk about sales tax and, you know, what it's been in the past, that sort of thing. We have a record of it. If there is a recession, you can assume that spending would be less and sales tax would be less. Is that correct?
Well, yes, you could assume that, but let me show you something. It'll take me just a second to get it opened up, so hold on just a second. Actually, it's right here. No, it's not.
This is a good reminder. I remember asking the question once and he did address it, but this is a good reminder because you might be surprised at the answer.
Yeah, you're going to be surprised. Now, it's not a guarantee. You know, what happened last year and 10 years ago and 100 years ago doesn't mean that the same thing is going to happen in the future. But there is a very long history of retail sales in Iowa, taxable retail sales growing. You can see this table now, correct?
Yes.
So this is showing us that this isn't even updated. We have the newer numbers, but they're just like this. They show growth too. But from 2019 all the way back to 1987, every one of these years except 2, taxable retail sales grew. And for some of you that are older than I am, and some of you that are as old as I am, and I remember because I was in college at this time, this was kind of the end of the farm crisis, right? Some of you guys are ag landowners. There was a lot of bad things going on then with the economy. But look, retail sales continued to grow. Right in here, I worked in California at a savings and loan at this period of time. The S&L, the banking crisis, the savings and loan crisis, that took down the economy to some degree. Retail sales kept growing. September 11th, planes go and knock out World Trade Center. America's freaking out. People don't know what to do. Our retail sales that year only dropped by 0.17%. Then we had the 2008-2009 housing bubble. That is where there was a fairly significant drop, but still 4.8%. And it was only 1 year. And it all of a sudden came right back. 2019, the beginning of COVID, 2020, which isn't shown on here yet, but that also was growth. The taxable sales tax in Iowa, and in Iowa is unique. In Iowa, it is one of the most reliable taxes we have. It's the second most reliable, next to property taxes. Now, again, just because they have grown and been positive for a 30-year period of time does not mean that next year they're absolutely going to grow. So you're right that they could drop, that is possible, but they're not going to drop and drop and drop and drop and drop. That's not going to happen year after year after year. We can see that from this history. Some of the things just get more expensive, right? And that's what's happening right now. If you still need a pair of jeans, you got to get jeans, you got to get underwear, but they're more expensive today than they were 2 years ago. So you're paying more on that tax. So while it is something to think about for sure and be conscious of, it's not something that I would worry too much about, at least not unless something, much more dramatic than farm crisis, savings and loan crisis, housing bubble, 9/11. If all those things haven't wrecked this, a little bit of a hiccup in our economy is not going to jack it up too much either, I don't think.
That's reassuring.
We think you need to get the deck so you can grow Iowa sales taxes.
Yes. Well, if my wife keeps going, they're going to keep growing, that's for sure. So any other questions that board members have?
That's a good question, because Mike, I'm glad you asked, because I got that. Because I've seen that before, and so I was reassured by that already. So, are there any other questions? Because we're still in the consideration of the sealed bid. So this is time to ask questions, and then we move into the resolution to accept the bids and basically sell the bonds. Any questions at this time?
motion to accept the bids from Bob.
Yep,
no.
I'll go ahead, I'll
We
paraphrase
have to
that
go to
for
the
you.
next item. As long as there's no questions, we're gonna go to the next agenda item. Thank you, though, I appreciate that, so, okay. So if there's no more questions, we're going to go to item D on new business, the resolution directing the sale not to exceed 3.695 school infrastructure sales bonds. That is gonna lead us through the resolution.
Yep, so I'll paraphrase that resolution, and then just one of the board members needs to so move what I say. Another board member can second that motion. This is acceptable for you to do. And then Lisa, you do have to have a roll call vote, as you do with all bond issuances. So the resolution before you is directing the sale of $3,695,000 of school infrastructure sales services and use tax revenue bonds, Series 2022, to Stiefel Nicholas and Company of Birmingham, Alabama.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, oh, I'm sorry, roll call vote, please.
Moore,
Yes.
Mike Thomas.
Yes.
Bob Thomas.
Yes.
Shonda.
Yes.
Berger.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Liskus.
Yes. Thank you.
Yep, that is it for that item. So I will let you guys go. If you board members have questions, as always, direct them to Lisa. You can contact me directly as well. I'm certainly happy to talk to you guys. If your citizens have questions, let them direct those questions to Lisa. She can get a hold of me. We want to make sure your questions are answered. Lisa, Mark, and Kevin will be in touch with you guys as well over the next few weeks and months. The next few weeks, wrapping up this issuance, and maybe later this winter or early next spring, we'll talk again about the possibility of the 2023 sales tax issuance. But things are on track right now. I think we are all on the same page. So
Right.
congratulations and have a good night, guys.
And thank you for all that you did for us today and leading up today. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So with that, let's just, since we're on bonds, let's just move into item E. So he talked about the ability to sell another 2 million. So the process to do that is we have to set a public public hearing. So we've already put a notice to the paper to put a notice in the paper. We've already sent that information out. We have, to have a public hearing, it has to be within a day 10 and day 20 of the notice published in the paper, okay? And what we're doing is setting for that public hearing for the $2 million a date of August 15th at 5 o'clock. So that goes back to this history of the funds page of additional board meetings we have to set one for the, so we're setting this public hearing for the 15th to sell the other $2 million, okay? So at that time, we have a public hearing. We're not selling bonds, we're just having the public comment on selling $2 million of safe bonds. So, does everybody understand the resolution to set the public hearing? That's all we're doing is setting the public hearing date.
So
Got a motion and a second to set the public hearing as discussed. All in favor?
Let's do it.
It's a roll call vote.
Moore,
Yes.
Mike Thomas.
Yes.
Bob Thomas.
Yes.
Shonda.
Yes.
Berger.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Liskus.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Now, let's go back up to item A that we tabled. Do we want to go ahead and, with the resolution to formally approve and adopt the plans, knowing now that we have funding source, but as Matt talked about, it would use all of our cash. We have to value engineer at least $1 million out. Otherwise, we're not gonna have cash for things like Howard Gym Roof and just an emergency fund for other big ticket projects over there. So we have to take about minimum of $1 million out,
Which will be done through change.
which will be done through change orders.
So moved.
second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to formally approve, adopt the plan specifications, form of contract estimating the total cost of Centerville High School addition project. Roll call vote.
Moore,
Yes.
Mike Thomas.
None.
Bob
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Shonda.
Yes.
Berger.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Liskus.
Yes. Okay. So, consideration, possible action, resolution to award bid. on the contract. I really think we need to table that one until we get through the value engineering process. So we can adopt the plans, but now I really think we need to table and go through the value engineering process.
Can you just explain that real quick? I guess,
What it means to table?
what, no,
Okay,
Rochelle. So the plans, even though we made on the value engineering change those a bit, it still fits within the realm of those plans, correct?
Yes, correct. Your previous motion was to just adopt the plan specifications of the project. This motion is regarding tabling the award of the bid to the contractor, tabling it until we've had a chance to review those value engineering items and approve those or not approve, whichever ones we decide to go with. But the list that we currently have does not, we don't need to change the existing drawings, I guess, to say that.
not in a major scope.
Correct.
It's not like we're cutting the gym out.
Correct.
Give me a rough timeline on,
Well,
Okay.
yeah,
If we go back to this, history of the bids package, to the last page, okay? The middle page in there, I'm gonna update with some payment schedules on that. That's a copy of what I set out before in the bonding, all the different bonds. So basically what we're saying is on August 5th, and because Mark's gonna be at a superintendent's meeting for 3 days, so it's a Friday night, is just because of the timeline that we're on, is when we'd have a work session with FRK and Bi-State to go through all of that stuff on the film, okay? And then the question, we have a regular board meeting on Monday the 8th. There's a finance committee meeting set for that day, but I'm thinking at 5 o'clock, and we talked, the finance committee was actually up here today going through some of these things. And we think that we don't need a finance committee meeting there, but we're gonna reserve that 5 o'clock time on Monday if we wanna come back after everybody's had time to think about it over the weekend and have another work session on to consider and talk about the change orders, okay? And then we can have a regular board meeting on Friday, August 20th. I'm not saying that's a meeting date. What I'm saying that is the last day of our 30 days to act on the bids that we have. So that's what's driving the 5th and the 8th, is August 20th. We have 30 days to accept the bids, okay? So that's why I'm saying, I don't want to get into the weeds earlier about some of the things, because we've got some work sessions, because we're gonna have to just get down and dirty about what we're gonna do and what we're going to cut, what we're gonna put off until later. There's some things that we came up with, but we just don't know dollars on things yet.
So my question is, every time there's a change order, how much does FRK charge us?
actually, what we do, if it's a deduct, we're based on the total project cost, construction. So if the whatever the end result comes in at, our fee is actually, if it's a credit, which it would be in this case, right, for value engineering, you get a credit for our fee.
It lowers the fee.
It lowers the fee.
Okay,
So, and value engineering is part of the fee base already,
okay,
if that makes sense. So anything that we're doing right now is all part of that fee, even though when we're reducing that cost to come down, our fee is also, it's in line with that.
well, as part of our value engineering scheme here, is FRK willing to base their fee based on the original estimate that you gave us?
I am talking with one of my partners and I will get that information to Kevin for you guys to take a look at and review that.
Okay,
So we are discussing it. It's not like an off the table conversation,
okay.
so.
Okay. So the action before the board right now is to consider the possible action in the resolution awarding the bid.
I would move the table.
Thank you, that's perfect. That's okay. We have a motion, a second, to table awarding the contract.
Seconded that.
Chris did. We have a motion, a second, to table awarding the bids, knowing that we need to take some action by the 20th, and we're gonna have some more meetings coming up, okay? So, understanding that, all in favor of tabling awarding the bids, signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye. All opposed? the action to award the bids has been tabled. That takes us through new business. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you being here. With that, that is the last agenda item on our regular meeting for tonight. I would entertain a motion to adjourn, and then we'll go into work session. We have a motion, a second, to adjourn the regular board meeting. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you on the 5th. So.
We are.
That's good.
Thank you, Brad.
Do we need to take a few minutes break, it looks like? Okay. Tammy, welcome. That took about 45 minutes longer than we thought.
Holy cow, that's a lot of stuff, friends. That's a
But-
lot of stuff.
You said you love board meetings and watching board meetings.
I did, and I do.
When we scheduled this for 4:30 to do at 5, we had no idea it was gonna be $6 million over our estimate.
The brothers.
There's some surprises in here, so that's how it's people that read them.
But I think we can still do it. That's amazing.
We had the right guru on the phone, that's what I would say about that.
Yeah.
Matt's gets smarter than what he does.
Good.
I don't know how to fix all those information
Sure.
that's hit the school and that
Yeah, I mean,
school.
that's not the case, we got one out of the rest of the room, we're trying to find a way to get in
Yeah,
somewhere.
I'm lucky to be around A most days, so,
They were still there this
but
morning,
sometimes that's questionable.
sleeping in the car,
You're trying to cancel on the streets, right?
so we'll probably be back.
Yes, connect in some way, shape, or form.
Got me for both of us.
And if,
Yeah.
that's.
It's a lot easier to inventory on a piece of paper than a computer, just typing it later.
If that doesn't happen, small children will not die, so, and if you would like to drive, I would even let you drive, if you, as long as you make no judgment on the desktop, which might be sending you a bitch right now as you drive.
Actually, he probably judges how many tabs are open more than anything.
Oh, my
I-
husband.
No,
does that too.
it's how your icons on your homepage look. That's really the judgment.
That's where that's the idea. Places to,
Trust me, I've seen some
and I have like extra little,
Oh,
oh, I do it this time, and I also have extra little.
you wanna put some back here, just so it's hanging and then.
I will do whatever you want, because I actually have oh, thank you, I have you know what, are you gonna
Yeah,
stay
I'm just gonna
tonight?
be downstairs, so I'm gonna be here. But
Do you want me to just, I don't care, I can, what's easier? I don't use
let's just
it.
do it road, let's just put it halfway so it's not up, you can walk over.
I'm not scared. Right, perfect, and I'm, yeah, so I've got a clicker, and I'm gonna. Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't put it on.
Yes,
Awesome.
sound.
I don't need any sound, so I'm good. In fact, I muted myself so you wouldn't hear an email.
Actually,
So awesome. Thank you so much.
Joe?
I appreciate it.
Love it.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. I think his wife does it.
Can you eat one on stage?
No.
Ladies one?
Just right, that's the first one right there. Right out.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
What did we miss?
Oh, this is one of the ones?
Well, I missed it too, I guess. You want me to turn the air on?
Oh, maybe
No, I'll turn it on.
I might be the only one.
It is on.
See, then it's just me. What?
Wait,
I'm just used
Not
to
that's why I thought it was hot.
wait, I just kicked it
I'm
out.
always up.
I was
So I just heard it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm always here. Yeah, or when you take a
Oh,
drive.
yeah.
And that second was as fast as Joel Davis right there.
Books.
Okay.
The fun part is when
Okay.
that guy was good, too bad.
Man, he was good, wasn't
He did stay out
he? Yeah. Yeah.
back to back 2000 seasons.
He was a stud there.
Yeah. Of course, they had,
But then what, was it after him that it was Clinton Portis that was so good?
they always had good offensive line.
Things went really well for a while there, right here.
Are you excited for the year?
I think,
Same place.
Probably we're gonna beat each other up.
it could happen, a lot of things could happen.
Who's starting at quarterback this year for the Broncos?
Russell Wilson.
Oh, that's right, John, I forgot he got traded there. That's awesome.
Best division in football.
It is. I think so.
Yeah, and then I do have, I forgot to give you things, but yes, you totally can write on the whiteboard.
We'll
I
need-
also
you
have
know
some
what?
markers
We'll
and some.
need both before it's all done, so I might just, I might
Oh, I'm
start
sorry.
with this.
We're gonna make,
Yeah, we're good. Yeah. No, you're great. You're good. Right. There are markers too.
Perfect.
I didn't know if you need Post-its, but I thought, you know what? A lot of times when you're doing those things, Post-its come in handy, so
Perfect.
they're there if you need them.
Thank you, that's awesome. Perfect. We'll have a regular arts and crafts project before we're all done.
More than if we need it, but
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what we got. I think I said earlier, I was in here on that, while we were doing the bond thing, and I said, I sat right about here, about 15 or 16 years ago, as a young career teacher, looking out that window, over at those same bushes. And if I would have ever thought that I'd be sitting right here doing this, that would have been crazy. Like, it's just so amazing what life does.
well, you never know where you're gonna end up.
I suppose that's the case, yeah.
Do you remember the first time I ever really talked to you?
It was at Municipal Band, when I came for a couple concerts before starting teaching here. So I was going into my second year teaching, and I met Annie there. Annie was the first student.
Right. Did we talk that time?
Very, very briefly. I think I talked more with Annie and Levi.
Okay. The first time I remember talking to you was at your Christmas concert,
Oh, okay.
the very first year. Do you remember that?
I don't know. That was probably still a whirlwind then.
I will give you my memories.
Okay. More to sign. Oh, their ears working now. It's better.
Glad Brooks not over there anymore.
I thought they had, I don't remember these at all.
She was on her own too.
Well, we should turn the air down a little bit, so it
Yeah.
should go up
There was
there.
memory of it.
That was because it was tight.
Yeah.
I've got my winter coat on still.
The closest vent that air still comes through there.
Okay. So let's, everybody's back, ready to go? All right, so let's call the work session to order with roll call, please.
Moore,
Here.
Mike Thomas,
Here.
Bob Thomas,
Here.
Shonda,
Here.
Berger,
Here.
Carter,
Here.
Liskus.
Here. Motion and a second to approve the agenda, which is one item.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion second to approve the agenda, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is approved. Okay, work session. Now, I'm gonna give you, and I'll let her do whatever she wants to do, okay? This is how I met Tammy. This is how I met Tammy. I've been elected board president on Monday night. On Thursday night, or Wednesday night, I'm up in Des Moines at the IASB convention. I get a call from Tom and Lisa that says, we had Sarah Lynn did not show up, and therefore she didn't get sworn in, therefore she's not on the board. We now have an opening, we have to appoint. Really? Didn't know how that happened. So the very next morning at 7 o'clock, there is a new board president, new superintendent's breakfast. And I'm in there waiting for the breakfast. I see somebody who looks official with a badge. And I go up and I say, hi, I've been board president for 48 hours, maybe not quite 60. And this is what I just got a phone call. What do I do? And she goes, never heard of that. I said, yeah, this is what the attorney's saying, you know, if I have time to. And she says, I was on the board for 15 years and never knew that. And she called her co-presenter over and says, tell them what you just said. And I told him, he goes, never heard of that one before. So as we started the program, she says, welcome everybody. Kevin, would you please share? So I stood up in front of everybody and says, this is what's happened. And afterwards, I had a couple of board members, we just had that happen, we didn't know this, right? So another district had the same thing that happened. Oh, okay. So anyways, that's how I met Tammy, right? And so then she made the mistake of giving me her phone number. So then I call her up and say, Tammy, I got a question for you. And I kept doing that. And then it got to the point of, are you serious? You're calling again? No. Tammy, I got to call again. What happened now? So we've had a lot of conversations over time. Up until about a month ago, I called her up and she says, hello, my friend, what is it now? And I said, nothing. I'm calling once to tell you we don't have a problem. And that was about a month ago. And said, will you come talk to us? So that's how I met Tammy, and she has been a valuable asset as counsel and guidance through what I consider, some tough times getting started as board president. So that's how I met to know Tammy, and I just thought that she would be a great resource to come and talk to us about board development. So that is your introduction.
Awesome.
And welcome to Centerville.
Thank you so much. Y'all just had a tough meeting. That's a lot of stuff to sit through. As Kevin shared, so I live in Muscatine. I do not live in Des Moines. So I sit in the southeast corner, and I've been with the association a little over a year now, and my Iowa geography is getting pretty darn good. It was horrible to start with, so I'm not necessarily saying much. We kind of divide the state, so traditionally I will take everything on the east half. I have a peer that lives closer to Des Moines, and she usually does the west half, although we go over wherever needed. So 2 weeks ago I was in Corning and felt like I was driving to Nebraska, and I feel almost like I made Missouri tonight, almost, not quite. But it is a true honor to be invited. I always tell boards, when you invite me to your district, to me, it's the equivalent of being invited to your home. I have so much respect for your board work. I miss my board work horribly, but I get to live vicariously through you all, and guess what? I don't have to take your phone calls. I don't have to answer your emails. Because I get to hear everything that Kevin tells me, and I'm like, okay, well, good luck with that. I hope what I said works. But it is, you're a gift to your community, so I'm incredibly grateful for that. And then to have a new superintendent in place, and for Mark, after we talked, and he didn't go, why are you inviting her in? So I hope that's a positive too. So you all are going to do the heavy lifting tonight. I'm going to guide you through a lot of conversation. If there were two of us here, I would always say whoever the other person is a nice one, because it's not me. You can ask my kids which parent was nice. I'm going to push you a little bit, and I'm really funny. I know how funny I am, so if you don't laugh, I know it's going to be on you. I will guide you as we go. But if you had a tough meeting, I mean seriously, you went through a lot of content. Finance is my weakest area. It is my least favorite thing, but it's incredibly important. You were talking about a lot of money tonight, and you're trying to figure out in a time where I say for boards who are doing any sort of projects right now, it's tough. I mean, if you only had a crystal ball and could foretell the future, wouldn't life be easier? Yeah. Lisa would tell you, yep, spend here, do this, don't do that. If only it were that easy. So, well, that's true. And Lisa, you serve as SBO as well. Is that, yeah, so when somebody said, Lisa, do we have the money? I'm like, oh yeah. I remember those days of looking and going, And I was even watching the body language, like, how much is she saying yes? Because that was what I relied on as a board member. Whether it was like, or whether it was like, oh yeah, you're fine. So anyway, the packet that you have in front of you tonight is meant to supplement what we're going to talk about. There is my very top secret cell phone numbers listed on the front of your packet. I don't give it out to just anybody. And that would be your first cue. That was, you have to figure that one out. It's a little bit funny. And so when I was a board member, I didn't know that I could call ISB whenever I wanted. We are your membership, so you can call us. No one sends you a bill after you call. Kevin can attest. And there are lots of us. So I'm a director of board development. We have somebody who does nothing but finance, because again, it's not the area you want me in. We have an attorney on staff who helps with policy writing. There are a variety of resources that we have for you. We have an HR person that helps with HR issues, if those are questions that you have. And if you don't know who to call, you can always call me and I'll guide you. I'll tell you when it's not me, because there's lots of things that I don't know the answer to, such as when a board member doesn't show up to get sworn in, but I do now.
Good.
So that's the most important piece. Let's turn to the very first page of your packet, and I want you to do a little bit of, reflecting. Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing if we could write our own legacy as humans? Would that not be cool to say, I'm gonna write my own legacy and here's what's gonna happen? And then I'd have to stick to it. This is your opportunity. So I'm gonna use the word team a lot tonight, and when I talk about team, it's the board and superintendent. I consider you to be one. Y'all went through a lot of work to hire a new superintendent. Probably one of the harder things that you'll do. I've been through that a handful of times in my life. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of reward. So you've created a new team. I want you to think about what you want your legacy to be. So I think the first question is, 2 years from now, what do you want the public and staff to say about this group of humans that are sitting around the table? How do you want them to describe you? What are the things that you want them to say? The second question is, what's one big contribution that you want your community to say that this board did for Centerville? Jot some notes to yourself. When you're done, question number 1 is over here behind Mike. Question number 2 is right between Lisa and Mike. It feels like you're going to feel a little bit of the lines when you write, but I want you to write them up. And if you need more paper, we'll put more paper up. We're going to be using more of this space tonight, which is why whiteboards are beautiful, but it is why I use flip chart paper too. You're kind of in charge.
So we're supposed to write these up there?
Yep, question number 1 is over here. In fact, I thought I write a big number 1.
Here.
And number 2, yeah, I was gonna put them both over here, but I figured you two would want everybody, whoops. I figured you two would want everybody walking around behind you. So I divvied them up. If you're the first one to write your stuff, you get to be unique. No pressure. How about that?
We're supposed to write around.
Spelling does not count. There's not a worse speller in the room than me. So as long as you give me enough letters to sound it out, I'm good. Write big enough that my 29-year-old eyes can read it, but. See, no, that was not the funny part. We gotta work on this, right? It wasn't until I turned 29 I had glasses, for gosh sakes.
So we can't double anything up even here.
You can double it up. So let's say that you go, Mike, just chuck mine. That's what I wanted to say. You can put a star by it. You can put an asterisk by it. You can underline words. You can't cross anything out.
Okay.
So if you see something Kevin writes and you're like, I don't like that, no taking anything off the
What are you
list.
talking about? That's what the markers for.
But only one big contribution. When we get to that one.
Well, you can do 2 if you want to do, I mean, if you're an overachiever and you want more than one thing, you can do that.
Okay.
This is your legacy.
Jump the rope here.
Don't trip over that.
No. It'd be a.
Oh, sorry, and then I stand right in the way.
You're fine.
And if we need more paper, we'll add more paper, so.
Someone move it out of the way. Just make it simple there.
Really close to being the same. These two questions are really supposed to be the same.
Really?
I think so.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Different colors.
I think these are, new guys. Sorry.
Because I took my answer, I just took it off.
There are no wrong answers.
No. Oh, yeah, there are.
Well, no. Okay, are you two related to each other? Just same last name.
Don't even know each other.
Okay, now he's laughing when he says that. Is that true or not? Okay.
Yeah, I don't like it at all.
So not brothers, not,
No.
okay. You probably get asked that all the time.
I don't have any relatives named Thomas. They all died.
Okay, so clearly getting a straight answer to you and I are gonna be, all right, I'm working on it.
I blame everything on the Catholic nuns. When my family came to the United States, the name was spelled Tomac and pronounced Tomas.
Oh.
Oh, you're not
okay.
really a Thomas?
I'm not.
You're one of
really
those
Thomas.
Croatians?
I'm one of them Croatians.
Spell it again.
Tomac.
Okay.
Kuzlarek.
So it's, and a foreign exchange student sitting in my class. explained it to me.
Interesting.
She was from Croatia and she said, you spelled your name wrong.
Thank you for that.
It's an interesting approach.
So, you know, and then I called home and told the family I have solved the big mystery.
Actually, a student solved a big mystery for
Yeah, a
you.
foreign exchange student
Yeah.
solved the
But
mystery.
it was either say that or pardon the reach.
Mike, what did you used to teach? Or what do you still teach?
Everything from 4th grade through 12th grade.
God bless you, there's some tough years in the middle in there. Whew.
I taught 5 years in 5th grade, 1 year in 4th grade, and 12 years in high school. And I taught everything, 7th grade math, science, high school, chemistry, physics, advanced math,
Ooh, he's a tough
computers,
stuff.
small engines, metal shop. Every semester for 12 years I taught. Every semester for 12 years I taught a class I was in.
Wow.
A class on what?
Every semester for 12 years, I taught one class I've never taught before.
Oh, never taught before, got it.
In fact, the small engines class, I had to build the classroom in order to teach it.
You know, the president of Truman State, her last name is Thomas, so I went to see her one day. And I said, no, are you really Thomas? Are you from Wales? And she said, no, I'm Italian. My great uncle came over and was discriminated against. So when the next brothers came over, they just changed their name to Thomas and Wilson or something like that. So they wouldn't be punished for being Italian, which I blew my mind. She was so sincere telling me that.
That's your okay. I also served on the school board while I was
How'd you bet? For seven.
just get elected.
You were.
Did you not, was there not a law in place at the time, got number of hours? Oh, interesting.
We reduced it in a lot.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I served on the school board. And taught school.
Wow, that would be an interesting perspective.
It scared a few people for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. But
All right, did everybody get it right?
I'm going to, I was letting everybody else put theirs on first.
Okay, that's right. All right, so let's talk 2 years from now, public and staff. This is what you want for your legacy. You made the right choice with the superintendent and staff. It's a pretty beautiful thing. Oh, Kevin, I'm sorry, I know you were still writing.
Yeah,
That's okay.
No,
Go ahead.
You didn't write yourself? Okay, Lisa
No, I
asked.
just thought you can tell us yours. It's okay.
That's cheating.
this is not gonna happen again. We need a policy on this.
I feel shorted.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we made the right choice with the superintendent and staff. Fiscally responsible. They carried out the vision of improved facilities. Sounds a lot like the work you were starting tonight, or the work I listened to you do tonight. Wise with public resources, funds, established policies and procedures that allowed educational professionals to love doing their jobs. That's a beautiful sentiment as well. Confidence in the direction of the district. Yes, did I decipher that handwriting okay?
You did.
Yes, okay. No, it's okay, it's okay.
With the hand.
Sometimes I make up words while I'm reading too, so it's okay to go, that's not the word. Complete transparency and looked out for the entire district. Not afraid to make tough choices and try new things, lead by example, make good decisions on the CHS edition. If in 2 years, this is what the headline in the newspaper says, how will y'all feel about yourselves?
We made it.
Pretty good.
Y'all better feel pretty good. Like, that's awesome. That's a beautiful, I love this exercise. I love doing this with boards because you say beautiful and wonderful things. And you're well on your way. Because I listened to the work you did tonight. All right, so then we have one big contribution. So this is kind of a thing. I'm going to come over this way.
Lisa.
I'm going to come back.
Lisa, did you write yours up there?
Poor thing. All right, so we said increased enrollment, new schools, increased enrollment, great and safe facilities that will benefit districts for years. Boy, friends, if this is not a topic, the third word in, right? 1, 2, 3, yeah. The safe piece, it's a hard one right now, right? I mean, that's, and it's always been important, but when it's brought to the forefront, it's what we're all thinking about. And you know, if you all are thinking about it, your parents are thinking about it, your community's thinking about it, right? Developed a better school district to be in, improve facilities that are safe and secure, there it is again, setting a standard that quality education of kids is most important. And engagement with the community, raising the standards. What did they miss on this list, Lisa? What do you think they missed?
Mine, nothing,
Not yet. What would you add?
obviously always financial, so. Good stewards of the district, or the taxpayers.
Beautiful. Anything you want to add for that one? What would you say? It's the thing you want what do you want your public to say about this board? You have to sit and listen to them all the time.
We trust that they made the right decisions on hires to manage the school. And
That means we hired her.
Responsible with spending in all funds, fiscally responsible.
Great, those are great things. When I read lists like this, these are the kinds of things that I'm like, I'll pack up and I'll move, I'll be here. I have no kids and I'm not offering you anymore. I mean, I have kids, we're done. So that would be not a help to you, but those are great and beautiful things. And we're gonna come back to those as you work tonight. I packed with me a little bit of a library. I keep looking back here and I'm like, oh no, that's not it. And I'm gonna share a couple books with you, there's some things that I pulled. So one of the things I want you to do, this is not in your packet, there are 3 pictures on the screen. So there's a picture of air traffic control, there's a picture of someone standing on the balcony of a dance floor, and there's a picture of a press box. What do you think those 3 things have in common?
Vantage point.
Okay? What about the vantage point?
You can just, from a high point, you can look down and see a lot.
Okay. What else?
Watching people.
Okay.
Someone is directing.
So if you're air traffic control, what is your key responsibility?
Keeping everyone safe.
Are you helping me say, listen, Mike, you put me in no seat, but I got frequent flyer miles, I need to be on the end. Can you move me?
Yeah.
No.
If you're air traffic control, you'll do that, you'll come down out of your big tower?
Can't do that.
Listen, Bob,
You haven't tried me yet.
I know you're offering everybody diet, but I really need a glass of wine. Can you make that happen for me? You're in air traffic control. What? I'm moving on to the next person. Okay, listen, Tim. They told me I was gonna have to gate check my bag. That's ridiculous. I got 12 pairs of shoes in there, and you can make it fit. Can't you stop me with the pilot? Your air traffic control.
Never mind.
Man, people are tough. How come? I'm not gonna ask Mike. He's way too accommodating. Why won't you get me a different beverage? I'm gonna ride the plane that you're gonna drive, and you want me happy. I need you to take care of my suitcase.
Are you TSA pre-certified?
I am. You're air traffic control. Why would you not do those things for me?
Because everyone.
Not my responsibility.
Specific job.
It's not my
It's
pay
not
rate.
their job, not their, they can't do that.
Everybody has, and what happens if they leave that big tower when we're watching all the planes come in? Somebody's probably gonna crash. I'm gonna guess, right? I don't want that to happen. All right, how about when you're on the balcony and you're looking down on the dance floor? Let's reverse that. When you're on the dance floor and you're dancing, what are you focused on? Yeah, what else?
My feet.
Right?
The
What
music.
else? Music? What else?
Could be the drill next door.
Yes, obviously, right, Mark?
Yeah.
Music.
That's what I would say.
Okay. And if you have really big dance moves, Mike, I bet you can kind of run. You're probably worried that, like, give me space so I don't smack into anybody. That would be my worry.
Break out into the breakdancing.
Yes!
Oh, yes.
He's trying to make sure someone's getting the TikTok for him.
I do a big worm.
Smart! And when you're,
Ever seen the movie Shredders?
so if you stand up in the balcony and you watch on the dance floor, you get to see things like what part of the dance floor is being used. Who dances to slow music? Who dances to fast music? You get a notice all of a sudden when, whoa, there's like 30 more people on the dance floor. Where did they just come from? When you're on the dance floor, your view's very different. You might guess a similarity then if I'm sitting in the press box. Soccer was the only sport I mildly know. I could see the entire play. I only cared about my forward. But I could see the whole play. I could see the other team. Whereas when I was down, nobody would ever put me in the press box, by the way, or near a microphone. And that part was funny, and it's true. But if I'm on the field, all I care about is my forward, right? But she's the only thing I'm watching. I always thought the whole offsides rule was dumb because I didn't understand it. And I can't see it, right? Unless I'm running alongside of the field, and the only thing I run into is the refrigerator. So I can't see that. But if I'm in the press box, it's a heck of a lot easier to identify offsides.
But in the press box, you got different roles.
You do. But
You have an announcer who's doing the public address. You may have coaches that are sending information down the field. You may have a radio broadcast that's telling everybody what's happening. You have different roles within a press box.
That is true. And they're probably all sectioned off, right? And knowing that role is important. What might you guess? Air traffic control, being in the balcony, and being in the press box. What are they like?
Point of view.
It's also a lot like
Board members walking back.
the work you do. Tonight, you weren't talking about what color you were going to paint the walls on the addition. Tonight, you're talking about how are we going to make the money happen? How are we going to foretell the future? To know, do we go out for a bid? Do we keep what we have? Do we sell bonds? Do we keep bonds? Those, my friends, are big decisions to make. And I would guess that if you looked at your peers, most of your peers are not making decisions at that level. No disrespect to your peers, but I want you to take a moment and realize you have a ton of responsibility. You are air traffic control for this district. You can't, even though I'm a Delta frequent flyer, even though I'm gonna tell you I have my whatever to whatever club, you can't reticket me. Not because you don't want to, because you got other stuff to do, like figure out how are we gonna, when are we gonna get bonds? When are we selling bonds? What does that look like? When are we gonna get bids in? So knowing what that focus is becomes really important. I want you to look at page 3 of your packet. And this comes from a book called The Governance Core. Mark and Kevin have probably heard me gush about this. So I first have to tell you, the fact that I am suggesting, I do have a library with me tonight, the fact that I am suggesting books to read is an amazing thing. I'm not a good reader. I have the attention span of a gnat. Gee, pronounced on purpose. Thank you. Derek, you're already my favorite, because you're like, that's good, that's good luck.
He's new.
Okay, it's okay, totally, it's all right, it's all right, I'll take good care of you. It's written in small chunks. It captured my attention because it's written about y'all. Or as I really like to say, it's written about we, because I still consider I still talk about myself as if I'm on a board, I still call in my superintendent, and I still call it my board, and they all know I do that. So this book, The Governance Core, talks about that the word governance comes from the Greek word kubernetes, which means to steer. Kind of like air traffic control, right? So your responsibility is to steer your ship, and your ship is the district. So when you think about that, and on page 3, and I took a quote, it says governance is a process where direction of the organization is set. It's what you did tonight. The structure is established, and accountability, both fiscal, Lisa should be happy about that, and programmatic is assured. You're making sure that the ships are passing where they're supposed to. You're charting the course. You're going to look to Mark and say, you better tell us if we got stormy weather coming. Do you see any ships on the horizon? What's going to happen? And Mark does what we call the rowing. Because if you all lead your ship, who will steer in your absence? Who doesn't? No one can do it. You were the only ones that were elected to steer your ship. You can't walk away. There isn't anybody else, because Mark's got to steer, or excuse me, Mark's got to row. And there's something about from rowing to the right, or rowing to the left, or rowing to the front, or rowing to the back. He's got to figure all that out. And you all just got to keep on with the steering. The book also talks about that traditionally as board members, Mike, you're a great example. Hey, I need you this semester to teach, and you're going to go, yeah, okay, I'll figure it out. Listen, Bob, we had a little issue with the bus drivers, and tomorrow we're short. Can you drive? And before I even finish my sentence, he's going to go, yes. Tim, listen, the lacrosse coach, I don't know about, he didn't show up today. Can you? Great, thanks for doing that. Hey, Kevin, 300 cupcakes, we need them for tomorrow. Can you take, great. And if I keep going down the line, y'all are going to go, yep, I'll do it. Probably didn't know how you were going to do a small engines class, but you said yes and you figured it out, because that's what we do. Traditionally, as board members, you are the doers in your community. That's what we do really well. We say yes, and then we figure it out later. Kevin's maybe not going to go home and make 300 cupcakes, but he's going to go call 10 people who are going to make 30 cupcakes each, and he's going to tell them where to deliver them. Bob goes, I don't know if I can even drive the bus tomorrow, but I'll find somebody to do it. But that's what we do. It's how we're wired. The really hard part is when you all come together and you sit around this table, you have to steer. And I don't know about you all, I was more comfortable doing that 15 years ago. I know how to do the doing. It's a lot harder to sit back and do the steering. Until you realize if you aren't steering, no one else can. You are the only ones that were elected to do it. So it is really important. You have some random numbers in the middle of page 3 that I want to throw at you. Lisa and Mark cannot comment on this, neither can Kevin if he knows the answer. So these are completely out of context. You have a little place over there where you get to write a description by it. There's that first number is 16 million. What do you suppose that is?
As it relates to our school district?
You can't ask me questions. Only I can ask you questions in this moment.
That wasn't a question, it was clarification.
Well, what would you guess?
Millions of dollars that we need.
Okay, what else? Who else has a guess?
School budget.
What kind of school budget?
Average. Ours.
Now Lisa's not gonna, we're not gonna balance to that, but roughly 16 million. 16 million general fund budget. That's just your your general fund.
General.
So if I went and looked and found, once we started adding that bond money, and it might not be a huge number, friends, that's like 14 more million than I have in my checking account. Okay, it's extra, a bunch more than that. That was funny.
So we're selling some naming rights?
So $16 million that you are responsible for, it's a lot of money. Okay, 1274, what might you guess that is?
Students.
There we go.
Yeah.
Number of students.
Look at you all. Number of students served, by the way. Do you talk about your open enroll in and your open enroll out?
Yes.
Do you know what your trend is?
Steady.
Okay? That's beautiful. Even if you said we had higher open enroll out than we want, if you told me you knew that, I would still tell you it's beautiful because it's part of steering your ship, right? I'd rather go pick the new paint color for whatever building we're gonna build or talk about a cool logo on the new track, but that's not our gig. And thinking about $16 million just in our general fund, almost 1,300 students, that's a lot. What do you think 230 is?
Number of days in March contract.
It feels like that maybe some days.
Employees.
Staff.
Yeah, employees.
Okay.
And I think that's full-time, part-time, I think that's everybody. Is that a true statement, Lisa, Mark, Kevin, said yes? And again, we're not trying to balance to that. My point to you is, it's a huge responsibility. And when I first started my board work, I didn't know if I had a $5 million budget or a $500 million budget. Sorry, Lisa. I had no idea. And to be very honest, I never even thought to ask. And then all of a sudden I did, and I was like, oh, that's a lot of money. 336. What would you guess this number is? This one's gonna be a little bit harder.
That's the only one I couldn't get.
Somebody's gotta have a guess. Tim, you gotta have a guess. Throw something out there.
Something with days.
Oh, that's a good guess.
That's what I thought too. It's obviously not it.
Good guess, Chris. It's the number of ISB sample policies.
Jeez.
Oh.
Now,
We were close.
Come
we
on.
were close. It was a beautiful guess. I appreciate you throwing something out. As a board, steering your ship, one of the most important things you do. Mike, I already heard you say something about, we need to write a policy for that, so that Lisa's gonna do it, right? So board, that's what you're responsible for. Now, policy primer. Yes. So if I say policy primer, except for on that end of the table, and it's okay if you say no, does that mean anything to anybody? First of all, it's spelled primer, but you say it primer, and I have no idea why. I need to find that answer out. So you subscribe to a service through ISB that says, we'll track all of the bills that happen throughout the year. Should they need a policy, we will send them to you. We have an attorney on staff who writes the policy. It is not about whether we like the policy or not, because I will tell you, there are lots of times she has to write a policy if she doesn't like it. We don't get to make that decision. It is not about which side of the aisle you may or may not be on. It is about helping you to stay legal. And if the law says you have to do X, we will provide you a policy that says that. And what we say is, hey Lisa, here's what we recommend our verbiage is. She brings it to you. Y'all get to decide, do you like it, do you not like it, do you want to change it? If you're like me and you would read it sometimes and go, I don't like this verbiage, and my superintendent would be like, Drama, it came from ISB, what more do you want me to do it? Well, let's call them and tell them I don't like it. And it would be dumb words that I wanted to change. They are your policies. It is your voice. If you want to change a policy, you're the board. You should do that, comma. Please check with your legal counsel before you do that so you don't inadvertently change something that you didn't mean to or that would get you in trouble. But it's okay to do that. So instead of asking Lisa or instead of asking Mark, hey, follow the legislature and figure out what bills we have to do and how it's going to affect our policy, we feed all of that to you.
That's where the ones we just worked on, the last board meeting came from.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
There you go. And if they read like an attorney wrote them, now you know why. So you probably have most likely about 336 policies you're responsible for. How often are you required by law to review your policies?
We don't follow.
Longer than we have done?
Yeah.
That would be a really hard answer, Bob, but I did hear that under sort of. What, he's like, okay. Somebody else over here sent a number.
5.
5 years, every 5 years. You can do it more often, but you need to do it every 5. And it is important. And it was also, sorry Lisa, next to finances that maybe you want to poke my eyes out, policies were right there. Because they're tough. Remember when I said I'm not a good leader? And some of that stuff, like how we're going to clean up the spill or I'm like, oh, but it's really important that you at least have an idea of what your policies are. And my guess is if you really need to know, you did what I did. I picked up my cell phone and I texted my board secretary, whose name was also Lisa, and I'm like, hey, do we have a policy about selling, about raffling off, can you tell me what our policy is for fundraising? Because do we have a policy that says you can't raffle off a semi-automatic weapon for the softball team?
Did that come up?
None of my stories will be made up, I promise.
Whoa. Where do I get a ticket?
My board came unglued, absolutely unglued. That was one of the last things I dealt with. And she would text me, here it is. So you don't have to know, do you know where to go find them? So that's my spiel about kind of some numbers to think about. So you're in this really, really important role of governance. You are steering your ship. I want you to take a peek, if you would, at page 4. And I'm going to give you a little exercise. You want to do an extra page?
No, why was there no page 2?
Well, God bless the person who puts my packets together. Sometimes she slips a blank page in there, so if you're doing front and back, that it keeps it easy to read. And also
Number one is all
means,
that matters.
it also means,
So, just this page intentionally left blank.
yeah, there you go. So on page 4, you see a T-chart, and it talks about, on the left, it says governance is the role of who?
The board.
Beautiful. Interaction is really important for me. I don't know about you. That's right. On the right-hand side, it says management is the role of the
Superintendent.
beautiful, and most everybody in the room can still read. I love it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pair you up. It's okay if you can't. There's no judgment. Read this. I'm going to pair you up, and I want you to create 2 lists. And on the left side, I want you to think of what are all the things that as a board, what are you responsible for? And on the right-hand side of the list, this is your chance to get a surprise mark. What are all the things that the superintendent is responsible for? The list does not have to yin and yang each other. So if you said the board's responsible to set policy, because you are, the opposite side under Mark does not have to say Mark's going to go implement policy. You can do it that way if you want, but there doesn't have to be one for the other. You are looking to create as big of a list with a partner as you can. Okay? This is about quantity, and I'm not going to give you very long, because remember, ultimately, I'm really not that nice. So I'm going to set my timer for like 6 minutes or something, or maybe I'll only set it for 4. See, now it's funny that you left that part, but I'm not nice, because I don't know what that means. You're like, you got that right. What if it means really? So, are you good with your exercise of what you're going to do? Are you making your list? And then we're going to talk about your list, because you're going to come up with some beautiful answers. Okay? So I'm going to go Kevin, Mike, I'm going to put you together. Mark doesn't get to partner with anybody because Mark's got all the answers. Especially
He's well
on
after
his
this
side.
list.
He still has to make a list, but that means I'm going to let the 3 of you work together, but no pressure, you got to come up with like more.
You have to come up with a lot more than that.
Fair? All right? All right, start your list. Did I gotta set my timer?
I told you, I've been on clock.
For whatever reason, I
Okay.
left it in my pocket instead of,
What do you want to start with?
I randomly have tools so I'm all over me all the time.
All right, our list.
Okay. So, guess responsible, right? Are we
Yeah,
just
let's
do the
do
board?
ours.
We're gonna do both.
You get out of this one.
Yeah. She has all the answers too, so.
So maybe you have to make your own list.
Approved contracts.
I like it.
I should say, the 2 of you want to work together.
So let's go through the set policy.
I'll come over.
What are we doing?
Approved calendars.
We passed the budget. I like this. Beginning again. Because it's budget, manage the budget.
uncompetitive, I didn't ask that question.
Yeah.
It's about the longest list wins, just. so
Mike
you
is when it
say
comes to
that.
shooting guns.
Hence my one my raffle ticket. Oh, that was a fiasco, friends. Oof.
I kind of like the
Something
evening
about the
there.
green.
You can do it if you want to.
Comment.
I no judgment.
Represent the citizens.
Covers a lot of it, doesn't it?
Time's about halfway up. I know. Yeah. You have to think fast,
Oh, yeah.
write fast.
He, hired me.
Like, one sentence covers 90%.
Yeah, I just said.
You know, like, evaluation of.
His evaluations.
Gosh, that was a much better way to put that.
Yes, we better get something.
Right, right.
Day-to-day operations, basically.
You could just say that.
If I don't remember to do that, you know, give me the
Yes.
high five or something. Yeah, there's probably a nicer way to say that, but.
I kind of enjoy that though.
The collective, bargaining,
Yeah.
what do you call that?
Yeah, collective bargaining. I guess he
We
informs us.
really want to get to the 10,000.
Yeah.
There are three things we.
It's pretty hard to write it down.
Thanks.
We used to have this exercise, we would talk through it together.
But I mean, those are.
Yes.
No, I know, I was
Separate.
covering
I
it.
feel like, yeah, we just do it, like, we just breathe and we don't think about it, right?
Right.
But
Yeah.
so do I, says the non-speller, that's a good list. You have about a minute left.
That's about it.
Just from, set the standard.
Beautiful list.
Works with the EDA.
We decided we only do three things.
Yeah.
So we did,
We're pretty
Conference, school.
that's, we do. Three things. We have three primary jobs. That's it.
You can boil a lot of things down to some of the
Yeah.
tight things that.
We didn't mark like 752 things though.
You know what's funny? I'll bet I took those 152 things and put them in this.
Superintendent, we put down nice pizza on their superintendent.
You know, I've.
Hey, that happened today. You weren't here for the 7
Yeah, I
hour
know.
meeting for the third day in a
And
row.
it was barbecue backyard chicken pizza from Pizza Hut. So I was over like I'm actually.
I think I'm somewhere 60 to 20 hours a week up here already.
All right,
Mark,
friends,
oh, sorry, Bob.
Time's up.
let's talk through your list.
The wardens.
That's right, that's one of the nicer things, Mike, I've been called. What do you got? What's on the board side? Somebody shout something out.
Policies,
What do you do with policy?
make them.
Create approved,
Okay,
approved contracts.
Select the superintendent.
Approved purchases.
how many? What kinds?
I don't know, Lisa's got about a 10-page list every meeting.
If we need to buy, $1,200 of do you have to approve that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Maybe we don't have to, but we do.
no. I think there's a splitting of hairs of what our roles are, okay? Our job is to approve the bills. Our job is not to approve the purchase.
Excuse me.
Which is what you're saying, kinda.
That's a fair, yes, that's a very beautiful way to say that. How about the dollar amount though? Are you gonna approve a $1,200? At the board table, will you vote to say, yep, we're gonna go spend $1,200? Why not?
On a whiteboard.
On a whiteboard.
Yeah, I have other people to do that.
Okay, beautiful. Why
What's
else?
the answer to this?
Lisa, is there a threshold on a dollar amount that the board, that before something has to come before the board?
10,000 is when we're bringing to the board.
So
That's a
over,
policy, that's a board policy.
it's a law, right? Like the law, it's a law that says, and it used to be less than that. During my 15 years, it was a lesser amount than that. So it can change, that's the scoop on that. But so if it's under 10,000 bucks, so when your next door neighbor Drawball comes over and goes, Derek, what in the world? They just bought that new milk cooler and actually it was used. What were they thinking? They bought it from some Yahoo in town that sells appliances or something. It doesn't even work. It's the wrong color. Why would you let them do that? Because that's exactly how your next door neighbor Drawball would sound.
It's not my job.
And it's also a threshold that you're not gonna approve a $1,200 whiteboard.
Call
right?
Mark.
Yeah.
Or the Yahoo that sells, sorry, Kevin, that was, all right, so approving, you could say approving purchases over $10,000, which also, there's a process that you're gonna go through before you go spend a whole bunch of money. Cause I listened to you talk about it tonight. What's the process?
Discussion.
What else? What's part of the discussion? There's something you have to do, there's other action items. you have
Check
to
with
do.
legal counsel.
Maybe, what else?
Well, there's a big process.
Yes, and as a board, by the way, you're gonna vote to even decide if you're putting, if you're gonna put out an RFP, right? And then you're going to approve whatever comes back. It's similar to, I heard Matt talk about, so, it's interesting, because I've never heard the conversation about, here's what the bonds came back at, right? Here was your lowest bidder and what we would recommend you go with, right? So you have to approve that as a board. So if it was.
So in all that time as you were on the board, you've never worked at a bond sale?
That's one thing that I've never done.
Because I think we've done 4 in the last 2 years, 4 or 5.
No.
We've done this.
And it's, well, and you know what, kudos to you all, it's not an easy thing to go through, and I help some districts do that, but it's a big undertaking.
For high rollers.
That's why I'm moving here, Michael, go home tonight and pack it. All right, so, what else do you have on your list?
We approved calendars.
Oh, that's a really good one. Now listen, there's a lot I got to say about the calendar, because I always want to know that I have the Friday before Easter off. So do y'all make sure that you plan that in the calendar? Okay, I'm gonna try different. Now listen, I don't like the start date, and so I want to we want to fudge that a little bit. Y'all talk about when, as a board, when it's convenient around your vacation schedules, right? About when it works to have a start date.
So we actually kind of had that come up this year. We had some people, Tom had it, so this is not Mark, Tom had a schedule, brought it to us, and there were some emails that we all got, I don't know, at least I got them.
Yeah, we threw it back.
Yep, and there was some discussion from staff, they didn't like the schedule. They didn't feel like they were involved enough. So as a board, what we did was said, we're gonna table, Tom, go back, and then bring us, next meeting, just do due diligence.
It wasn't the proposed calendar, he just sent that out to start working with it. They thought it was the final calendar.
That's right, it wasn't even the
But they were,
They got up in arms about it.
they had misinformation.
Who had the misinformation, Bob?
The employees, mostly teachers, I think.
And so they came right to you all?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Is that the right?
Of
Oh.
course it is. You're a representative of the people. They have a right to call you and talk to you.
They absolutely do. So let's hold that thought, because we're gonna talk about that when we talk about your board policies. So it's a beautiful statement, don't let me forget. So, was it the calendar that you didn't in theory, you may have sent the calendar back. Was it the calendar that you didn't approve, or was it the process that you really had concerns about as a board?
Both.
That was before my time.
There was no process.
Second year.
So my hope would be, your first concern would be, do we have a process, and do we follow our process?
And the great news is, I've already met with the CEA president and started to establish some ideas for this year's process, so I'm excited that that was one of the things to work on for
Beautiful.
this year.
Will you make 100% of people happy with a calendar? My God, that's gonna be one of the hardest things you're gonna do, friends. And if you don't know what the process is, or if you think it feels like we should have a process, I wonder if we do, who do you ask that question of?
I would ask the superintendent.
It's a beautiful place to start, right?
He's our only contact.
Yep, some people may say, I'm gonna go to Kevin first, and y'all decide how you're gonna do that. The other piece that I will say is, every board is unique, and you find your rhythm of how you do things. But two things, you have two very new teammates. Teammate Mark, and I think teammate Derek, right? Who you may have all kinds of unwritten rules about. I call them unwritten rules because we don't always talk about. Our board meetings, we were really fancy. They were televised on the local cable channel. It's a blessing and a curse.
We get live streamed.
Live, yeah, right? Don't say any bad words there. Nobody ever talked about how you dressed, but the comment was, you at least, right, shoulders up would look like y'all do, like nobody's probably coming in a tank top, right? But nobody ever said that. Nobody ever told me that. Nobody ever said, well, it is things like, and you might go, well, isn't that kind of obvious? Well, not if you don't know, if you've never been, so thinking about the things that you've always done. Hey, Mark, we got a process we've always used for the calendar, or hey, Mark, process we used for the calendar last year didn't go so well. Can we revisit that? It's a great conversation for the board to have. Please don't debate what you want to call the Friday before Easter. You can, but I don't feel like, me personally, I don't feel like that's steering your ship. And my question to you would also be, when you get kind of some of those conversations that are in the weeds, tell me how that will help people say 2 years from now, they led by example, they had confidence in the district, they were wise with their public resources. Somewhere over here there's something about students. How does it help student achievement? Statistically, data shows high functioning boards. There is a direct correlation to something incredibly important in your district. What might you guess it is?
Communication.
It's a great guess. What else?
Unification.
Student achievement. When you all function really well together, like a well-oiled machine, everybody else functions really, really well. And you are also your best, or sometimes in some districts, your worst marketing tool. I see it happen all the time. Mark has a choice to come here, or he has a choice to go somewhere else. Pays exactly the same, both are great opportunities. One board is working like a well-oiled machine. One board is completely missing oil. Guess where he's going? Not that I'm going to speak for him, but it's hard enough to have 5 bosses, 7 bosses. Right? I'm going to where it's working really well, and I've watched it happen, and I've lived through both. I've lived through 2 a.m. board meetings, and when I left my board, I left the most amazing group of 6 humans that I literally would walk to the ends of the earth with. We managed through a pandemic, and we didn't kill each other, and we respected each other. We weren't close personal friends. I always said I didn't join the board to be best friends. But we listened to each other, we pushed each other, we took that. Those are the pieces that and that's what I want for you. But it is, statistics tell us, the research says, when you're high functioning, it will absolutely correlate to what you will see in your student performance. And I think that's also what you all want. All right, what else do you have on the board side?
I take higher than a 10,000 foot view. And I just said, we set policy, we pass a budget, we evaluate the superintendent.
those are beautiful things.
Now, there's some business things that we attend to, the bonds and things like that, but on a ongoing basis, non-capital project basis, those are really the three major categories of things we do.
Tell me about passing your budget. Do you do anything else with your budget? Lisa doesn't get to say a word.
So,
Modified or,
Yeah.
we were doing this building, so that we had to do an addition to our budget, or something like that.
So if you're gonna overspend, right,
Right.
Lisa's gonna come to you and go, friends, here's what's happening. She's gonna reassure you everything is okay and tell you exactly why it happened, but guess what, we do have to say that we have to amend our budget. So that could be, what else? What else do you, with your finances of the district, maybe once a year, is there anything else you do?
For the audit,
Do you have an audit done every year?
yeah, to do it.
Beautiful! What do you do with your audit?
Review it.
Okay? Do you review the whole thing or do you turn to the last 2 pages, Mike?
yeah,
Well,
What?
which
I,
one?
yeah. The audit historically has been given to us, a day or two before we're supposed to approve the audit,
Okay.
which is never enough time. Yes. And I have a wife that's an accountant, so she helps me understand a little bit more of it.
Don't tell Lisa, I always turn to the last 2 pages.
So I don't think as a board, in my experience so far in 2 years, the audit has been anything that has really, really been looked at by a board.
Who did the audit?
The last 2 or 3 years, it's been a company out of Ottumwa. We just recently switched.
Do you pay them?
Yes.
Okay. So you hire someone to do that, which is beautiful. And it's beautiful if you have a connection to have somebody look at it. I already admitted, we all have a gift. That's not my gift, but I do trust and I do want to know, do we send out an RFP every so often on who our auditor is? Are they accredited? By the way, there aren't very many people that do school auditing for the state of Iowa. There are actually further than the state, but so there's not a lot of choices. So hiring, knowing that you have a process, that you've put the process in place of who you're going to hire, and hiring the right person that you hopefully trust, you do have to review the audit. You have to do something else with it.
You have to prove it.
You have to accept it. You have to do something else with it. And I'm gonna guess that Lisa does this for you every year without clockwork, and y'all probably don't even think about it. And when we were over here, I told Chris and Derek, I said, there's some things that you do as a board that I'm gonna equate to breathing, and you go, I didn't even think about that, because I just breathe all the time, but I want you to think about it. And it's something very specific with your audit. So you approve it, and then what happens?
She files it,
Where does she file it?
state,
Why?
because it's required.
It's the law. I have this thing about orange and jumpsuits. Neither one are my game. Now, I don't know if as board members we could really go to jail for that, because I joke about that a lot. But guess what, board? You're responsible. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you better make sure that you know that Lisa knows that I gotta go put it, I have to upload it to whatever, whatever the website is, where, by the way, all the rest of, you can go see anybody's audit. And who else has to be able to see that? So if Derek's crazy neighbor lady Drawbaugh comes in and says, I want to see the budget, Lisa's gonna be like, here you go. But so that's really, really important. We forget about that. What else?
As a board,
Mhm.
we represent the citizens,
Okay. Which ones?
all of them,
What about the ones who didn't vote for you?
all of them.
It's a beautiful answer. Absolutely. Every single constituent, by the way, whether they have children in the district or not, they're paying taxes, and I like to say even the ones I don't like. Right? We laugh about that, but it's true. You represent every single citizen, so that's beautiful. So you become a little bit of a conduit, right? Between the district and citizens. What else?
Evaluate Mark.
Okay, beautiful. How about your agendas? Who puts your agenda together?
That's a great topic.
I think it's Lisa, but we were talking about that. Do the two of you do that together? Or?
So Lisa does all the hard work, and then we just review it together to see if there's anything that we need.
But that's because of past practice, so Mark is becoming more involved in that, so.
Good for you.
You wanted to.
Well, Lisa does the heavy lifting.
Good for you.
And Lisa probably knows exactly what needs to be tackled month by month, right? That's one of the beauties of, because remember, she is also your board secretary, but board, whose agenda is that? Who does that agenda belong to?
Belongs with us.
You, at the end of the day, are responsible to have a great agenda. Look at your agenda. Do we have too much? Do we not have enough? Do we need more time? Should we have less meetings? It's your agenda. I never thought, oh, you're going to have to do that too, so you might not physically do it, but at the end of the day, it's your agenda. How about, it'd be really nice if we could just shut the door right now and go into closed session, and we didn't have to run the risk of anybody hearing us. Y'all comfortable if we do that?
No,
We can't do that right now.
How come?
it's not legal.
Whose responsibility is it to keep you legal, board?
Superintendent and the chief.
Or the board secretary?
Lisa.
Ah, that's a good question.
Chief president.
I'm thinking it's either Lisa or I, one of the two of us.
Board members, y'all better look each other in the eye. If you don't like orange, if you don't like jumpsuits, it is your responsibility. Now, you're gonna look to Lisa, you're gonna look to Mark and say, hey, can we, can't we? There are 13 reasons in the state of Iowa why you can have a closed session. There are 4 of them that apply to education. Not very many reasons. I know sometimes it'd be a lot easier to go into closed session, shut the door, but that's not how it works. Open meeting law has not been around forever. Anybody know about the time frame open meeting law started?
Late 80s, maybe?
Yeah, it's in the 80s, I think, wasn't it, Bob?
I was gonna say 82. Only because that's the year I graduated, and they had to make
I
changes.
think it's late.
It was in the late 70s. Do you remember what happened in the late 70s? Little incident in the United States that everybody talked about?
Oh, our friend Richard.
When Watergate happened, open meeting law was a result of that. And it was decided that the business of the public should be done in the public. It's not been, makes me sad to say, in my lifetime. And I think 1976 was the last year that I think the final state came in to say, everybody except Washington DC, of course, District of Columbia, that came in to say, no, this is how we're gonna. So open meeting was a relatively new thing, but board, at the end of the day, you're responsible. Please, please, please hold each other accountable for that. If you go into closed session and you're gonna evaluate your superintendent, and Lisa's in the meeting and she's gonna take notes, and all of a sudden Tim wants to start to talk about the high school principal and the golf coach, because let me tell you, I got things to say. Y'all better look at each other, and somebody needs to say, hey, Tim, that's a great topic. I'm totally picking on you, I hope that's okay. You feel okay about that? You don't feel picked up? Okay. Hey, Tim, it's a great topic, but we posted why we went into closed session, and we can only talk about one thing, and that's the superintendent's evaluation. Hold each other accountable, and you can still be nice about it, right? You don't have to, like, chastise the poor guy, but you all need to hold each other accountable. Don't put Lisa in that spot to have to be the one to go, now I have to police the board too? And if you don't know, look at her and ask her, have we just veered off topic? It's happened, it's okay. Veer back on.
And we veered this year.
Yes.
You
it's
what?
happened. It's happened here.
Oh,
We veered this year.
I have too, I've lived it, and it's really easy to happen. So, those are some of the really key things that it's really, if you can't tell, feel passionate about, you remembering that those are part of big responsibilities that you have, and you have lots of people who are gonna help guide you with those. The other piece is, what are you doing right now? Hopefully not daydreaming, don't say that out loud.
Continuing education.
Yes! You're doing professional development, board, because I'm gonna guess you're gonna expect Mark to do it, and do you expect your staff to do it? What a beautiful model that you are setting to say, yep, we're gonna do professional development as well. How about communication with your superintendent? Is that important? That also goes on your list. I like to use the expression no surprises. Is that familiar? So I would tell my superintendent, God bless him, he lives next door to me too. Can you imagine? Poor guy, even when I was board president. I always told him, like, you'll get to see me at my best and you'll get to see me at my worst. You pick where that happens. That's funny. That's funny. I'm a mess when I'm out in the yard, for gosh sakes, I don't know what you all think. I look, everywhere else I'm well behaved. So, when I'm at the grocery store, I don't wanna be stopped picking out my quart of ice cream and that sweet corn and be told that there was a bus accident that happened this morning and I didn't know about it. No surprises. I will do the same. So if I get a phone call about something that feels really hot, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm sending a text, pick up the phone and call, however I said that I'm gonna communicate with my suit, but that goes both ways. West Benton's a small community. And when you know everybody and you get stopped everywhere, and I'm guessing that probably got, oh dear, I'm so glad I'm board listening, I have stuff to talk to you about. And you're like, I'm just trying to get my ice cream and want to get home before it melts. Yo, good luck. And that's what people want to do, right? So also being able to say, hey, this rule of no surprises is really important.
The phrase I use is bad news does not get better with age.
That's good. All right, let's go to Mark's side. Wait, I'm sorry, I need to back up. Mark, what did we forget on the board side?
Well, I kind of pared a lot of those things down to a few things, but yeah, talking about approving the various things that the board approves, setting the policies. I really think one that is gonna be a responsibility that we do a lot of this year is reviewing and establishing school board policy. Since, as you heard, it's not up to date.
Because we think the audit is gonna nail us this year.
It did.
It did.
It did.
Oh, they
We just
already
got
did,
that,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if
And I
that-
have that copy for you guys.
But the beautiful thing is, you're aware, and so, okay, all right. And that will be, we're doing a full review for you, is that right?
I sent an email to try to get lined up with the group that does that.
Yeah. Yeah, and you'll have some work when that comes back, but it's not horrible, and the good news is you do it once and then you'll stay up to date. That'll be a beautiful thing.
But there's 336 of them to review.
You may have more. Those are the start, that's our sample.
5 years ago, we did those almost, or pretty often, and then somehow that didn't happen anymore, I don't know. The first 5 years, we spent a lot of time on board policies.
Well, we're gonna redo that.
And that's a beautiful time to spend, that's a beautiful place to spend time. It's beautiful.
Cool thing about that is since we have to go through almost all of them, I mean, we'll be really up on board policy.
You'll learn more
We're
than
gonna be
anything.
really knowledgeable.
You'll know what your fundraising policy is, by the way, so there you go. All right, anything else for the board side? All right, what do you have for the soup side, board members?
Everything.
I'm writing that down.
Plus other duties as assigned.
Recommends for hire.
Okay.
Collective bargaining.
That's a good one.
Personnel issues.
Staff professional development,
For staff, yes?
staff meeting, yeah.
Okay,
Day-to-day operations.
okay.
Works with the state, the AEA, and surrounding school districts.
Sets the standard.
Implements the curriculum, I don't know if the word implements the right, but basically, who's responsible for it? What's that? Execute, is that what you wanted?
It was an earlier meeting.
Oh,
What did you say? I got the curriculum piece.
Sets the standard.
Okay, let's talk about curriculum for a minute. Okay, so, board, do you like read through all the curriculum, know when he brings it to you and make suggestions and chapters you like in the curriculum and chapters you don't like? Think of which parts maybe you shouldn't do in the curriculum?
Absolutely not.
I don't think we've ever looked at the curriculum in my 5 years, did we?
No, well, so last year, I believe it was, the high school English department came in with their curriculum.
like 2 days before class started.
I actually read a bunch of the stuff they were presenting. That's when the big CRT thing was going around. And there were a couple books that, to me, were on the edge. And that's when I asked about, I didn't care, but how are you gonna make it balanced?
Was that in the curriculum or were those books in the library?
No, that was in the curriculum.
Ninth grade, I think.
There's all the readers, individual books we bought.
All the high school.
All the books we bought for reading.
Okay.
At high school reading, yeah.
Who brought that in? So Chris said absolutely not. Bob said, we'll let it off, we've read it. Mike, before it's done, I'm gonna call you Kevin, because the nameplate is like right between two of you, so I'm gonna put it.
Please don't do that.
Sorry, which is why I have to keep on going. Mike, it's, and then at some point in time, I'm gonna look at Mark, I'm gonna call him Mike. So, you said the English teachers
Excellent.
brought it in?
Yeah.
So was there a process for that?
Not much.
So here's what happened was, it came in, first of all, the board has not been highly involved in the agenda. So the practice that,
Which,
before
by the
I
way,
was,
there's no harm
Right,
in that.
right.
If your
Right.
process works for you all,
Yeah.
there is no harm. I'm just going to say ultimately you are responsible for it.
Sure. Before I became board president, I was, just like everybody here still is, kidding, is on Thursday we get the agenda for Monday's meeting. So when I became board president, Tom would bring me in, and that lasted about 3-4 months, and it kind of got shut off, was I wanted to know what the agenda was, and so we'd meet on Tuesday before the Monday meeting, and we'd go over the agenda, so I was prepared, so I didn't look as much like the true idiot that I am in my first few meetings. Then after that, it was just, we kind of got in this weird spot of Tom just kind of, here's the agenda again. Going forward, Mark and I have talked about how do we develop an effective agenda and how do we get input from the board. We've not solved how we're gonna do that yet, but we've talked about what are the things, and one of the things we talked about is publishing a long-range calendar out there of things we're gonna tackle in work sessions and things like that. So there's some agenda things that I think the district can improve on. Okay, so that's part of that. So what happened with curriculum, and this is why one of the long-range things I have on there is approved next year's curriculum is, it was the board meeting in August that the high school English, different teachers came in and says, here is the list of 50 books that we want to buy for different grade levels of English reading. And a lot of them were short little things, and it was and oh, by the way, we need it approved tonight because we got to get all this stuff ordered from Amazon in order to start classes in 2 weeks. That was the process and that's what happened last year. Now, there was earlier in the year where the different principals came in and said, this is the curriculum we want to go to for math in the middle school and in elementary. So we did that, but it was just like, here's the curriculum we're recommending. We asked a question on it, but we never actually physically saw it. And I think there was some of that stuff left, and I don't know if that we need to, but do we need the math and the science curriculum to read all that kind of stuff? I don't know if we necessarily need to read that. But I was pretty uncomfortable with the English reading list last year.
The thing of it is, if I might interject here, is that do you feel qualified to evaluate curriculum? It almost takes an education background, and I'm not trying to put anyone down, but you need to have some experience with curriculum and evaluating curriculum in order to be effective. Now, going over the reading list, yeah, that's easy.
When I went through that list, I saw we had a book by Lady Gaga. It made me question what qualifications does Lady Gaga have something in our English program?
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, we're talking about math and science.
That stuff is, the teachers are more qualified for that, but there are probably some high school reading things that
we should at least know about.
Right.
So we discussed today, I had a principals meeting this morning to talk about professional development, curriculum and things like that. And, we talked about trying to get back on, at one point in time, this district had a 6-year cycle for curriculum where year 1 was evaluating your standards, what you've got, if your power standards are correct, things like that. Year 6 is making sure that our curriculum material are up to date, making any purchases that need to happen. Typically, at that point, as I understand it, because I brought as a teacher curriculum to the board during that cycle, that would be when a department might bring to the board, here's the name of our curriculum, here's kind of like if we have a book series that we use for that, here's how we do that, and here's the process we use to evaluate to get there. I think that's something that I think a successful district will probably have a process to evaluate curriculum. And then when you talk about individual books, we do have board policy that establishes if somebody has a disagreement with the content of a book, how they request that.
Beautiful statements, both of those. So board, I think what I hear is, I think you're spot on, Mike. I was no more qualified to read. You heard me say how nice I'm not a good reader. I struggle to make time to read. I struggle to read and then comprehend unless it's something that lights my fire. School board stuff lights my fire. I should not be reading curriculum. Doesn't mean I'm any less valuable sitting at the board table, but remember, you're not reticketing me from my middle seat to my aisle seat. You're running air traffic control. So if you question the process, by the way, it sounds like Mark started a really good conversation. We gotta get into a better pattern or process. Beautiful. That doesn't mean you can't ever ask him questions. It doesn't mean you can't have great discussion at the board table, but it means instead of saying, I'm kind of questioning some of the books on the list, how do we qualify the material that fits our curriculum? Mark, tell us about that. And Mark's probably gonna say things like, we look at age appropriate, right? We look at if it's a sensitive topic, is it gonna be required for reading? Is there an option, if you don't want your student to read X, is there an option to get out? And I'm sure the answer to that is yes. Beautiful. Okay, so we're really covered. Mark, you feel good about it? Okay. What do you need from the board? Because next, guess what they're probably gonna ask you for? Actually, they're gonna ask Lisa, we write the check for, right? Before they're asking you to approve those dollars. It's really hard. It's really hard when you sit here at the board table and I go, I really want to read. I remember them passing curriculum down the table, and then all of a sudden I'm not even listening to what they're saying, and I'm opening this trifold thing. I had no idea what I was looking at. There's some nice pictures. And a lot of little books and samples. Anyway, it's not always easy. Confessions of a school board member. It was not easy for me to stay at the governance level. And I had a really good relationship with my superintendent, and sometimes he would look at me and he goes, you're on my side. Okay, I say another word first, usually, and I'd be like, oh, I hate it when you're right. Okay, so I need to rethink. What is it that I'm asking? And Kevin, what I heard you saying, you didn't use these words, but please don't come to me at the board table and show it to me tonight and then tell me you need me to approve $1 million spend tonight. Like, I probably need time to digest that. And board, it's very fair to say, hey, we just need time to talk this out, right? Which is also part of the reason you get to look at your agenda. By the way, probably have a policy that tells you how board members can put things on the agenda. Because it probably says, we take it to your board president president's like, hey, I have purview to what is on the agenda, not because he gets paid anymore, because somebody, y'all elected him.
I get time and a half.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Dang it. We live in the wrong state to be paid, my friend. If we lived in Florida, you could be paid. All of you can pay in Florida. Sorry. Yeah, everybody's moving around. Or we have this, it sounds like a strategic plan. To me, part of your strategic plan is say, here's all the things that we know we have to cover each month, right? So what does our agenda look like? But I'm guessing, I defer to Lisa on that, but I'm guessing we have a board policy that addresses that in some way, shape, or form. All right, what else on Mark's side? Since I took us on a rabbit hole about curriculum. And I didn't get to take you on a rabbit hole about books in the library because Mark clarified for us, so that was beautiful.
He sort of unofficially, or maybe even officially, represents the school district to the community.
He absolutely does. Anything else?
Advises the board.
I call it care and feeding. And I mean that there's no disrespect. When I started on the board, I had no idea what I had signed up for. I have a great business background. I worked for a major manufacturing town. I have an HR background. I have a little bit of IT background, which is ridiculous. I didn't know anything about education. And I didn't necessarily have to, but I needed somebody to help me understand where were there opportunities for me to go get my own professional development. That I could attend a convention once a year and the district would pay for me to go.
There's conventions?
That I could go.
Would that be board professional development?
It absolutely would be. And you get points when you do that. We track your points every year.
And oh, by the way, enrollment or registration starts August 8th, and Lisa has advised that the good hotel rooms get sold out early.
That is true.
So by August 8th, please let her know.
I don't know if she booked mine last time, but I went in there and they said, we're gonna upgrade you to a suite, and I went, okay.
You have to.
Yeah, but the suite at the Hawkeye Motel.
Oh, no. It has a mini fridge then. And a microwave.
So make sure it's November 16th, 17th, and 18th. So please give Lisa the thumbs up to get you registered for the 16th.
What are the
17th.
dates? Say them again.
November 16th, 17th, 18th. It's on the IASB
Okay.
website that you have a password for.
It's a Wednesday and a Thursday. And there, I think will be a board president's session, which will be a half day on that Friday. I don't know if we've announced it or
Are you
not.
doing a new board president's session too?
Just board presidents, but,
You're not doing the new board president breakfast?
oh, no, they'll probably do that, so,
I got an idea for you for that one, so.
okay.
Oh.
All right, anything
Oh,
else?
I'll be
Friends,
Christmas
anything
dinner.
else on Mark's side? Anything else we forgot?
Did someone say day-to-day operations? I'm not trying to.
I said that.
Yeah.
So, I was
Okay,
gonna say,
good.
it came
Wanna
from
make sure
one
somebody
of
did.
these,
Oh, yeah.
I think Derek was the one who said everything, and then I think, Chris, did you say, plus other duties as a, I mean, I just.
I think it's backwards. There it is.
Oh, backwards? Sorry.
Same team.
It was great. It was great. So, and I get day-to-day operations. All right. I will, when I leave, don't be excited about that, because we still got 3 hours. I checked for fun. I will recreate this list for you. I'll send a letter to Kevin, and I will give you this work back, because it's important stuff. All right, let's turn the page.
You're in Athens County.
What does that mean?
Outsiders gotta clear the county line.
You did have to wait in traffic coming in.
Can I go back a minute? You said there were 4 reasons why you could go in a closed session.
Yes.
Can you name them? I can only get to 2.
I don't know that I can't name them legally off the top of my head, but so one is for the evaluation of a employee.
Right.
You would have, if you had to do a student expulsion, would be
Oh, I
one.
forgot about that.
If you were going to, there's a fancier name for this, but let's say you had to purchase real estate.
Yeah.
And if you had that in public.
Or
you-
buy or sell.
Yeah, that you wouldn't, and by the way, are you ever
That's the
taking?
same one that does cover strategy for a lawsuit too, isn't it? That third one that you're talking
Maybe, because I can't remember off the top of my head what number 4 is.
Negotiations.
What?
Right? Negotiations.
Yes, I think number 4 is negotiations. Can you have action done in closed session? And don't look at Lisa.
No,
What if it's an expulsion of a student?
Doesn't happen.
you have to come back.
Let's come back in.
Come back.
Starting y'all are too smart. Never, ever, ever, never, no action in closed session. You can thank your friends of Watergate for that. And it's okay. You can have the discussion. What if you're gonna expel more than one student at a time? How would you handle that?
I think individual hearings.
Absolutely, and you may not talk about one student. In the other student's hearing, you only talk about each, you can't compare, you only talk about, so you would come out of closed session, you would vote to go back in closed session, Lisa would do a roll call vote, you go into closed session, you talk about student number 2, or however many. Never, ever, ever, no vote is taken. They oftentimes won't recommend you don't even vote to come out of closed session, in closed session.
So we actually did that in Mark's deal on his hiring, so because we were to have breaks in our day, and in order to make sure that it was easy on the agenda, we actually I went through Robert's Rules of Order and to leave closed session, to adjourn closed session. So to adjourn, no, it's not adjourn, what was
No,
the?
we reset.
Recess. So to recess, that is a point of personal privilege from Robert's Rules of Order. And a point of personal privilege requires a motion and a second. So to recess,
Oh, nice.
we would have had to have actually taken board action in a vote to recess. So we actually went through the process of, before we went into closed session had a motion and a second to suspend the rules to allow the chair to call a recess and call us back in. So we actually didn't even call a recess.
You were like over the top about that. Good for you.
Absolutely.
Good for you. We used
Because
to.
I have Mr. UN deal that checks me all the time, so I researched that one ahead of time.
That's a beautiful gift. We used to vote all the time to go out of closed session, in closed session, and they say really that's not
No.
the best thing.
So because we were gonna come in and out of recess throughout the day, so that we suspended the rules so the chair could call recess.
Which is beautiful, because on one of your lists, and maybe it was over here, one of your lists, you say something about about transparency. Is it over here that you had it? So when you talk about transparency, that's a beautiful way to say, well, besides it's the law and we don't look good in orange jumpsuits, maybe we do. But I can't do that, especially not in the winter months. Anyway, it's a beautiful method to be transparent. All right, let's go to page 7, because we're gonna dig into your policies, because I owe Mike another conversation that he bookmarked something for me that I asked him to. So it was all good. So on page 7 of your packet, you have code number 216, which is public participation in meetings, and I took the liberty of highlighting a phrase. What does the highlight say?
The board encourages public attendance and participation in its meetings.
I'm also going to tell you, sometimes I was like, but we do. And you are the business of the public, and we do. The public has every right to be here to see your business. The other piece of that I will say is, and we talk about being responsible for the agenda board, you also have the responsibility. It's your responsibility to make sure everybody's safe. So if you've never had a tornado come through while you've been in a board meeting, I would invite you to think about, do you know right this minute, do you know where you can go if there was a tornado?
We've done that.
Do you know where your closest exit is? I'm gonna guess it's there. If you had a really angry mob come in, what's your process? Who's calling the police when you need to call the police?
We got the police.
He's here.
You know, I'm gonna tell you, that's really lovely, but I lived through a meeting where my own police had to call in their own backup. And that's not funny, because it was really true and it was really scary. The board ended up taking a recess. The police escorted us out. The police cleared the room. When we came back in and tried to finish our business, the police said to me, Tammy, we want to stand in front of you so that we face the audience.
Was that during COVID?
And when the police, and remember, and I grew up in Muscatine, like, I knew all the police officers. We had a couple undercover officers that were there, and I asked to meet them ahead of time, just because I knew they were plain clothes. It was one of the smartest things I ever did. I don't know why I thought to do that. I'm like, I just want to see your face. And I'm really glad I did, because in a mob of angry people, I didn't recognize them, right? They had a badge on, but there were so many things happening, there was so much emotion. And so the police officer said, we're gonna stand in front of you, so he stood like right off to my side. He said, I wanna face the audience, and I remember being like, I looked at him kind of funny, and he said, Tammy, I need to see the audience. And I remember saying something like, I'm not disagreeing with that, like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't have any words. And I remember then sitting in a meeting, and I remember looking over at him, and you know how police officers sometimes they take their thumbs, they kind of tuck them in their front pockets when they stand? And I looked at him, and he is just stone-faced, and I remember just thinking, I don't know how to do that. Like, it was awful.
Was it masks?
When we left the room, I went back in the room to go get my board secretary, Lisa, and the police officer stopped me. He's like, you're not going anywhere. I'm like, I need to go get my board secretary. And he's like, we will take care of that. You're coming with me. They let us go back in the room. When we did go back in, they escorted us back out. The meeting was done. They cleared the parking lot. They took us all to our cars. I had a whole new understanding and sense of responsibility of making sure the board was safe. So, I hope you never have to think about that, but it has changed the way I feel about large crowds. It has changed the way I think about safety. We're living in different times. So that's my soapbox on that. But I want you to think about those things. We would traditionally meet at City Hall. We were in City Hall when there was a tornado that came through. And I remember it was board president, and I was sitting texting, which is like the worst thing you could do. I was texting the director of Parks and Recs to go, I need to know where to go in the building. Like, there's no one from City Hall here, and I don't know, other than the basement, but like, what's open, where do I go? And he's texting me, everybody needs to go home. And I'm like, I can't, we're in the meeting. He's like, we've sounded the tornado, like, it's coming. And I'm like, I don't know, we're in the middle of the meeting. He's like, no, just tell me where to go. Anyway, so. All right. Notice you have your dates here on page 9 of your, by the way, your policy. So it tells you what you're doing and when you last revised. Traditionally, I'm going to skip ahead for a minute, just a second. Sometimes you will leave on your policies. This is not good, bad, or indifferent. Sometimes you'll leave on the bottom of your policies there'll be the legal reference of where they come from. Most of your policies, you have to have by law. So again, you can, well, I tell you, you're the voice of the board. If you don't like a policy, change it. If there's a legal reference, that usually means you gotta leave it the way it is. And I can't remember, traditionally I would see legal reference on some of these. So you've chosen to take it off, which is, there's no harm in that, but I look for that, right? I look to go, oh,
I
that
think it'd be
means.
good to have that in.
So I was gonna ask that question, because on the ones that we reviewed from the primer, I directed Kate as she typed them with the changes for you all to include the legal reference,
I think that's good.
moving
Yes.
forward, okay?
I think that's really helpful, and if you ever get a question from a citizen, it's a quick look of, oh yeah, we didn't just make this up in the dark of the night, haven't thought of it in his home office, right? It's no. So on page 9, you have student concerns and grievances. What's the part that I highlighted? What does it say?
Well, it's
Goal of the board to resolve student complaints at the lowest organizational level.
Yep, and it also makes a reference about 906.2 policy. Do you see that? I didn't highlight it, but it says, okay, there's also, so go to 906.2, which is page 11. And what does that say? What part did I highlight? Concerns of the community shall be where?
Resolved at the lowest level.
Are you all the lowest level?
No.
You are the tippiest top. It doesn't mean people can't come talk to you. What it does mean is, as the board, you have to be really careful what you say all the time. And you have no idea how hard and challenging I know that is, because I tend to like let it all come out, and then I'm like, oh, wait a minute, reel that back in, that was exactly what I meant. You don't really ever get to take your board member hat off. When my kids were young and I'd go into parent-teacher conference, I'd be like, now listen, I want to take my board member hat off. That was the stupidest thing I ever said. One, how is that supposed to make a staff member feel other than reminded? Like, I'm well aware I have the board president's child in my room, thank you for reminding me. And the reality is, I don't have to take it off. They will always see you as, you were my teacher, Bob did my, Tim did my, Kevin's where I'm gonna go by, we don't get to leave that persona. And so, and it's really hard because sometimes we really, really have to think carefully about what is it or how do we react sometimes to our constituents. So when a teacher might come to you with a complaint, yes, they're a citizen, but you also, after your primer's done, you're also gonna have a specific policy about if there are complaints from your staff. And the recommendation, it'll read a little bit more like this 906. It will say it's to be dealt employee to employee and at the lowest level. Doesn't mean you don't care. But if I go to Mike and I say, listen, I had an issue with my kid today and here's what happened and I'm really upset. Bob threw him off the bus. I don't know Bob's mean. I don't even know why. Bob should need to be driving. The jacket he wears. Anyway, he was really rude to my child and I need you to take care of it.
What do I say?
Yeah.
First of all, I say, well, okay, so that's pretty serious. You have to give them some sort of recognition that you understand the problem.
Okay.
And then the next step is you have to tell them how to solve step by step. That first you will talk to probably in that case, the bus driver. And if that doesn't resolve, then you go to the bus driver supervisor. If that doesn't help, then could be the principals involved, you know.
Tell you what, Mike, I'll go talk to Bob, but you're coming with me.
And I'll be glad to do that. As an individual, I will go with them and listen.
Is that a good idea? Is that your best idea?
It can be, because you are not going as a school board member. You make that very clear, even though everyone knows who you are. But it's okay to support a person who feels threatened by maybe someone in authority.
Would there be another option that you would tell me?
I would ask them, I would encourage them to do that alone, or maybe take their husband or wife, that sort of thing. I would tell them that I would not be their best choice.
And how does Bob feel, or your employee, if it's the employee and the board member shows up with a random parent And by the way, you're now gonna talk about a student who technically, according to FERPA, you really can't know anything about my student. Granted, maybe I'm inviting you in, but there's a fine line there, right? How does the employee feel?
Like the decision's already been made.
Oh, yeah,
That could be
I'm
tough,
wrong,
right?
no matter what I tell you.
sure.
And so I think you're right, the best course of action would be,
I mean,
how about your spouse, how about a friend, how about, right?
sure. You never, I would never tell them, no, I absolutely will not go. I would give them enough options or guide them into making a decision where they would know that I was not the best choice.
When Bob goes to his manager or he goes to the union to complain that a school board member came with another student, and then it's gonna come back eventually to Mark,
It would never get that far because Mark would know that this came up and this is where I'm at.
if Bob files a grievance with the union, you might not have a choice, right? Mark may not be able to stop that grievance.
Yeah.
That might be a little extreme. The other hard part of that is as the board, if you have, let's say, poor Bob, can I keep picking on you? He's like, he's kind of like, whatever. Let's say Bob's a bus driver and we have to release him, for whatever reason. And Mark delivers the news, or Mark has somebody deliver the news, right, and we have to release Bob. And Bob's really hopping mad. And he's gonna contest. And he doesn't like Mark's decision, and you've been with said parent, right, to go talk about a different issue. Who does Bob contest to?
School board. If he's gone through him, he has the ultimate right to come to the school board.
You are
But now,
the judge.
you can never talk about it in a proceeding. It's a conflict of interest. You've already taken yourself out of the decision.
Sure,
process.
and you'd be happy, I mean, I'd be happy to do that.
But you left 6 people hanging to make a really tough decision about Bob's fate. And it will be one of the harder decisions they will make. The part I will tell you about that, not because it's you and you're letting me pick on you too.
Sure.
Don't leave your team hanging. That is the worst situation to be in. And when you have to say, I screwed up and I know too much, or I hopped on social media and I became a keyboard warrior and I did X, and now, and the first thing probably Mark's gonna do is he's gonna call the board attorney and go, okay, here's what has happened. Does Mike have to recuse himself? And you're gonna let the attorney help guide that, right? But, well, you might go, yeah, okay, no big deal. Everybody else sitting around the table is gonna be going, if it's me, I'll tell you what I'm gonna be saying, it's not very nice words. Don't do that to me, like, I need you, I need every board member around the table when we have to make those really, really hard decisions, right? So, y'all should hold each other accountable, right? So
And
we
the
see
beauty of that
somebody's-
policy, we talked about up there, the first one, making the right choice for staff, not just superintendent, like, so like, our building principals, our department chairs and everything, that gives us the opportunity to say, hey, it's gotta be solved at the lowest level, and I can direct them to reach out to that parent and solve that issue, and then we can come back and people can say that they have confidence in our people to do the right thing, and if it is resolved in a good way, then it's my job through evaluation to establish that they aren't good at handling that conflict and working through it.
Or if you need a new process, right?
Right.
Because for us, it's not really about, was firing Bob the right thing to do? It was more, do we have a process before we terminate someone? And more, it's okay to talk about it. Do you have a, well, one, it may be defined somewhat by if you have if the union is involved or not, but maybe you have a 3 strikes policy, maybe you have a, so that's a great thing as a board, talk about, what's our policy? I don't know how we do that, okay. Great topic to dive into, but then we're not talking about the individual decision necessarily that Mark made, right? It's did you follow the policy? Because by the way, we probably have to have some consistency for everybody,
But-
right?
So the problem with a board member of escort a parent or an employee or something like that, you are not doing governance. You are overstepping governance and you're violating board policy of resolving at the lowest level possible because you are not the lowest level, you are the highest level. You'd be violating policy at that
Okay,
point.
but you I think you're giving me more credibility than you think.
Okay.
I didn't resolve it. I didn't have anything to do with the resolution, okay? To accompany a parent to a meeting with someone that they feel really threatened by, and this has happened in the past administration, to just support them in a way that they're not gonna be run over like I knew she would be. And it worked. And
So this is not just a hypothetical, it's an
No,
actual.
this has happened.
Oh,
This has happened to me,
Okay.
let's just say more than once, not in this school district, once in this district and once in another place.
I
Sorry,
think
I
you have to be
didn't-
very, very careful, because you're teetering on violating board policy of we're doing it at the lowest level. I think it's a very, very,
Oh, it's
it's a
right.
fine line.
It's a very
Because
fine.
you're no longer in governance.
Right, but we all wear different hats in this community. And if you can't support your parents, your community members in some fashion, and I'm going to the, going with them to whatever, would be my very, very last. Get this done any other way, and,
So I suppose in that situation, and maybe I'm spitballing in the wrong direction, tell me if I'm off base, please.
Sure.
But like, if there's a need, if the lowest level, so the lowest level sometimes has to be elevated when it doesn't work there. So what you're saying is this person had an experience already with that level that didn't work for them. So then the lowest level that the decision could be made
doesn't
at,
exist.
one step up,
Yeah.
might well be
That's
me
all it
or a
takes.
building principal, or, so maybe recommend, maybe at that point could, board, I would love it if you would be willing to, if someone approaches you asking for that service, like if they've tried with a principal or with a department chair to ask if they could come to me, to
Yeah.
try to be
Those
a mediator.
those are the great moments to let Mark be your shield.
Mhm.
Not because
Yeah.
you're afraid, not because you don't want to deal with, right? We would never say, like, I can't help you because policy says. It's not what we say. And by the way, as humans, every single one of you, you're here because you're wired as a doer. I completely
Sure.
get that, right? But it is the piece of, we gotta help Mark be as successful as he can be. We gotta help the director of transportation be successful. No, Bob to be successful, right? Poor Bob. He's here, you two are such good sports. Usually it's the person to my right there. You should feel really lucky that somehow I like him.
But you've been his crazy neighbor the whole time.
Well, that's true, that was bad enough, but thinking through those pieces, right? And every situation will be unique, and I know crazy stuff happens, it really does. So talking about that as a board is really important, but don't be afraid, use Mark as your shield, which is when then you go to him or say, I am stuck in a really awkward position and I don't know what to do. Like, what do I do next, right? He'll help you work through it, or maybe he might even say, hey, let's bring Kevin in and let's whiteboard this out, let's whatever, till talk it through.
A lot of it, everybody in this room, we're here for a reason. We're problem solvers, we're doers. And so, yeah, you get that phone, 3 o'clock in the, whatever, I don't even know the situation, but your natural reaction is to try to help solve that. It's helping. For me, that's good information, obviously, being the newbie.
My very best friend
It's-
down the street is a teacher, her husband's a teacher, she would call me and she's like, okay, I just need you to listen to me. I need you to promise you will not do anything with what I'm about to tell you. And I'm like,
I don't wanna listen.
okay. But what I always appreciated
No,
about that
seriously,
is,
yeah.
well, I didn't always, she and her husband are probably 2 people in my life that I know that I made decisions that were not, we didn't offer an early retirement my last year that I was on the board. That was the year she was gonna retire. I was really worried about that. I mean, I had control over that, right? And she said to me, she's like, Tammy, it doesn't matter. I am retiring this year with or without. And she never, ever, ever put that kind of pressure on me. And I will be forever grateful for that.
But some will.
But some absolutely will. And that was like the one safe place where I also knew I could probably go to the garage and enjoy a garage beverage if you're picking up what I'm laying down, and just have a great conversation and not have to be completely on guard about, we didn't talk about school stuff, yet it was also her job. She would share crazy things that would happen in PE class, right? But never put me in that spot. Or she'd say, I'm gonna say this, but you I don't want you to do anything with this, I'm telling you as my friend.
You see, if somebody tells that to me, that's an instant shield up that I don't even wanna hear it.
No,
Because you have just now influenced me in a way that I can't sometimes separate.
Well, and if it were anybody else, I probably would have, but
Maybe,
because
maybe
she
it depends on the
always-
person, maybe it depends on the
Yeah,
person.
and she would always do, that was always the comment, like, I'm not asking you to do anything.
But a random person, I am shielded up on
Yep,
that.
yep, so that's usually when I'm like, la, 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 well, because you don't know what, and it's okay to stop people.
you,
If they tell you something that you're like, oh, no, 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 I can't know this, and tell them, because if this comes back to the board, I have to be able to, not know this. Okay,
And they're blank.
but you,
they are blank.
I guess I need to say that most of the time when someone wants to tell you something, it's, many times, they're not looking for you to do something. It's a burden, and when they share it with someone, then they're sharing the burden. And you don't have to do anything else with it.
That's a beautiful statement too, because that's, people don't always,
That's all it is. And many times, you're gonna diffuse the whole situation just by being a good listener.
And maybe I'm just a suspicious person. When somebody says, I don't want you to do anything, they're wanting you to do something, but they don't wanna ask you to do it, they're being passive aggressive in that.
oh, I'm really mean, if you do that, then you get to ask.
Or this might be, as you talk about, so you guys all saw my personality profile when Brenda Meyer sent that out. And so, you know, my personality profile tells you that I'm gonna jump out, I'm gonna try to be the helper, I wanna be that shield, I wanna be the customer service face of the district. Maybe different personality types are influenced in different ways by statements like that.
I think that's true, and I also think it's, and Mike makes a really good point, I learned, it took me a lot of years, but at one point in time, it kind of hit me like a ton of bricks where I thought, every time somebody comes to me to talk about something, right, to share something, tell me they didn't like a decision the district was making, or tell me if there was an issue, I just needed to stop and listen, I didn't have to defend anything.
No.
Because sometimes they just want to tell you something or they just want to vent. Right now, you still have to be able to say, if they tell you something that's not appropriate for you to know, to be able to say, if there's an employee issue, I can't know what it is. Because if it were to come to me, I would have to recuse myself. And one, I'm not leaving my team hanging, because you're a team. And two, it's not fair to you. I can't do anything for you if I have to recuse myself, right? So, but it's a true statement. I was always like, I gotta defend whatever, this is where well, that's not always what the person wants either, so. All right. One thing we didn't put on the board side, by the way, and I meant to add, so I'm gonna take 2 steps back, and that is, I hope one of the things that you do is review student achievement, review student data. Because I think that's why you're all here. And every time I do that exercise, it doesn't usually make the list, and I forgot to add that, so a really important piece for it.
We did that at quite a few meetings, pre-COVID, early COVID, but it kind of got lost.
We
in the
tend
whole
to do
thing.
it 3 times a year more for the elementary than the high school.
Along the testing windows.
Yeah.
But Rhonda used to go ad nauseum in detail
Yeah,
on all the
that's true, that's
statistics.
true, yeah.
And we haven't done that in the last year.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, and you spent a period of time where we were all just surviving, right? I mean,
Yeah.
literally, and by the way, we were surviving what felt like sometimes month to month and then moment to moment based on what law
Yep.
might be passed, what's gonna happen, right? Are we going to school, are we going to school? It was tough, but I'm gonna add that to your list. All right, you have one big activity left. This one is a big, I think it's a big, it's gonna take a little bit of bandwidth, but it's gonna be really important. You have 2 questions, they're on page 15. I want you to think out 5 years out. So you looked earlier, you did a little forecasting 2 years out, and I want you to think 5 years out. USA Today is gonna come in, the Centerville. USA Today is a big deal, there'll still be a paper, in and around happening. And they're gonna come in and they're gonna say, recently the Centerville Community School District administrative team, they took time to look back at their last 5 years of district success. So they're gonna create kind of a state of the district, and they're gonna report it to you all. As they dug into data and they looked at the events that have happened in the last 5 years, and they reflected on the hard work of the school district, they could point out some very specific things that that made a difference in the excellence of education to students in the district? What are the 3 things? What are those 3 things that USA Today is going to report on? It's question number 1. Question number 2 is, of the most notable factors in the success that the district has made, what are the 3 big ways that the school board has been a catalyst for positive change? So question number 1 is really, what are the 3, you can think of them as improvements, reinforcements, existing strengths. What are the 3 things that get highlighted? From now until 2027, you're standing in 2027, you're looking back. Question number 2 is, what are the 3 things the board did? I want you to write your answers on here, and then I'm going to give you your next step. I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about this, but it's also getting late. I want to honor your time.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you're all right. I'm good. Interchange a little.
Yeah,
You got another one of these interchanging ones on me.
You're just supposed to fill out a page.
We're evaluating.
when you're done, what I want you to do is I want you to partner up, and I'm gonna go across the way. So I'm gonna go Mike to Derek, Chris to Bob, Tammy to Mark, you two just have switched chairs, I guess, sorry. And I want you to share your answers out, and between the two of you, I want you to pick the 3 best answers for each question. And you're going to write one answer then for each, so you should have 6 pieces of paper on here, okay? So you have paper. You need to write it big enough on the page that we can read it, all right? So you're gonna have 6 pieces of paper when you're done.
You're supposed to have 6?
Well, you'll each have 3, because you'll pick 3 in here, and I totally screwed up when I first started, I'm sorry. So your neighbor Chris, he's already got his paper in hand, it's right over here.
All right.
Oh, sure.
So,
Right there.
Get a little more in depth, I want to.
I'm kind of wordy. I looked at the English teacher, so I learned it. Fair enough. It was not mine either. The first part was my wife trying to learn psychology. So I learned.
Meals become more simple. We haven't talked about that. Major
Yeah.
What's your
And he made it seem, he was like, I cannot read this, whoever wrote this cannot even write English.
Holy cow. Holy cow. Okay, yeah, he would have done college here,
So
apparently.
they're improving the conditions and
So I think, and I feel like this is
additional support?
fairly administrative to talk to. Establishing vertically aligned communities, vital
improving relationships with
establishing learning.
educating board members on issues that come before the board.
So we're gonna put one idea on each
Developing all
page.
means.
Yep, so you're gonna take between the 2 of you, question number 1, right, you have 6 answers, so you're gonna decide whose answers are best, you're gonna write 1 on each piece of paper.
Yeah, because
You don't have to identify who's your pick.
I really like.
Where is that?
So, choose our best 3. What do you want, which one do you?
And best 3 from each, right? So you have 6 total.
Lifetime learners.
And students wouldn't, they're not gonna go to English, and we don't. And then you.
Fancy writing, is that?
Absolutely.
Well, that's a teacher.
So giving a good learning space for students is a big deal.
You just wanted 1 on each page?
So 1 on each page.
Yes, please.
Right big.
Right there.
The relationship with community college is one of ours.
I think that's good, and honestly, if I could, so I didn't write too much detail.
You can have as little or as much detail by the ways you want. No wrong answers.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know.
There's always a wrong answer.
I'm gonna come behind you.
You know, Dina Hartley.
Okay, there's 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, this is
You know,
it.
it's interesting, that
Here,
statement
so
there
see, there's something
means
that
something.
must continue, and I can say, yes, for gosh sake.
What's the third one?
He feels pushed to the outside.
So like when you say that, it's always.
So they live,
And listen, yeah,
Jeff and Dean.
Twenty-two? More of a.
probably, which,
It's a working
are
class.
they living in a housing addition?
Okay, there's 2.
Live out.
Yeah, that's kind of, because I had a lot of.
It's a funny name.
Okay, I think.
And there, so is it by curriculum, or is it, okay, so it's like Highway 22, River Road.
Good. No, you couldn't, but that's, yeah, so let me do,
It's not Solomon Avenue.
Big meeting.
Up in Pittsburgh Road.
High school.
wow, I
It's stomping grounds, that's all worry throughout the.
Really?
Yep, yep,
There was
yep, yep.
a group there that was very contentious.
community college.
And, you could tell they were just mad.
Oh, I knew there was supposed to be.
And, the meeting was on for a couple of hours.
Really?
And then the board, they closed
No.
the meeting. and we went up there for a
We have
meeting.
extra.
I would watch my daughter sing
I waded right into that
She
group.
doing it, I was like, oh, that's brilliant, she says it in your phone.
It's just good enough.
Because sometimes I'm so bad spell
They
check.
weren't expecting me to leave it.
So these are for
I was
the.
gonna say this is.
Three of each, so you have 6 answers, you're deciding which three are the best.
Okay.
Physical, physically responsible.
They just unloaded. And then I was able to explain why, how that doesn't work, the way they think about it. And when I left,
Well,
we were all.
Wow.
no, it's two. I thought it was like this.
The staff, well, because that's what does it, right? It's not a program that does it, it's our people.
Hey, that's what we were doing. You're talking too loud, that's what we were doing.
So I always hear that from people, I do talk very loud.
I
I get excited really easy. Yeah, I do, that comes from
You
band.
know, I don't mean to be disrespectful, Kevin, but I worked for Hy-Vee for 10 years. And soon got to where, if there was an irate customer, they just called it business.
I think it's the more you can.
And I found that all you gotta do is listen. And then give them something.
He should have hired you and you.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm
The
sure.
ones that are thin on the top.
Okay.
No, I think that's what you said, like, you didn't have
And
to.
see,
It's almost better if it is a conversation.
But that should be like.
So then this is the one where what the board
Increase
does.
open enrollment because they.
And I struggle.
So that's the measure.
I'm not gonna.
So it's what the board does, I don't think I even.
Okay. So it's not this kind of ridiculous.
But I think that.
UNIT5. Okay, here's what you. What else should I?
Maintain.
I think
Yeah.
this is really what we do. Offer what I think that the board will.
I don't know what we're doing with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, come on, Brooke.
So what if we put maintaining a focus on student achievement? What if we combine this answer and your answer?
Okay, what's our last?
Because I think we can more fun.
I say community.
How about this?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But it's just like, because I forget.
I think you'll find.
That's kind of the how of doing that, right?
Comes to money.
So, are you cool? I'm writing, but tell me if it's not okay, but I like maintaining a focus on student achievement. Maintaining.
Between the federal government
And I love
and the
that.
state government, they try to control what you do every month. Yeah. And that's why it's so strict. But they don't trust us
Aware of.
with the money. This is what
Challenges are.
What do you, where is it? So, we were.
You know what's funny? I thought it would get.
It's really, really difficult. School finance,
Yeah.
I was thinking about that.
you'll never wrap your head around it.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah.
No more than
Yeah.
Whether he's a fever.
completely, you know.
Yeah. It's so great.
It's her maiden name.
Yeah.
I know
And the thing of it is,
exactly who that is.
we got.
So we grew up in the same, she grew up in the same.
Collaborative.
You know.
She has a
Yeah,
brother.
because that's how you build a good.
And was like, she had a
work
brother,
Unless you pick.
I could see him playing
So,
state, and then she had
what if
an
it
older
were
sister.
collaboratively
It's
established?
Certification.
Probably been married for 20+ years, so he would have started anything.
Yeah, oh, I.
Listen to me, and I just, see, now I can, that makes me feel better, I don't even see it.
You know.
Like, my husband.
As long as I'm not so
It's
collaborative.
just like the next district down. Rural, how do you know?
Her husband, so we make concrete products, concrete statues, memory stuff. Her husband, sandblasted.
No, that's good. That's
So
good.
we do a lot of
That's
And then we,
Two small
Go back to what
ones.
was part of
we're
it.
getting ready to.
Well, administers.
Takes my stuff to stay there when he goes up there.
Oh,
It says, so.
they don't want to.
Administrative training routine, learn from.
Okay, just like children, when the voice level rises, it means you're probably close to done. And
What
close
if
to
we're just
done.
getting really excited about the work?
I love that too. That was my cover for no, I'm not talking too much. All right, are you ready? Do you have your answers?
Oh, yeah.
We have two for that one.
That's okay, that's okay. It'll be
Best
no,
answers over here.
it'll be no, that's great. Who wants to go first? Volunteer, volunteer.
We want it, we did,
Mine already beat you, you guys go second. You have to be quick. All right, so we're gonna do, oh, I named this number 2, but it's really number 1.
I gave him one of that.
Maybe Chris will reach around and fix my number 2.
Be careful. Oh,
There you go. Oh, let's see, look at that. Oh, man, you got my
Raise
map.
that one
Look at
up.
good guy. All right,
One,
three important improvements. Team number 1, tell us what you got. And oh wait, I'm gonna bring you tape. I'm gonna bring you tape. And I need you to, thank you, I need you to tape them up as you go.
take them up where? On the board?
On the whiteboard, yes. I know this is a very old fashioned way to do this, but you'll see why we're gonna do this.
You got it.
You wrote, we put improving relationships with the community.
All right, that's what USA Today's gonna report on. It's a big deal, you guys, it's USA Today. You're above the fold too, I'm just telling you.
Addition of the new high school with modern and up-to-date facilities.
Love it.
And then lastly, improving employee working conditions and relationships.
Love it. All right, team number 2.
we're up, Kevin.
yeah, come on,
We're only gonna test 2 under 1.
that's all right,
Okay.
because we're, how do I put it? We had some expert, we had an expert consultant.
They cheated.
We hired an expert consultant for our
Did the board pay for that?
Did we approve that?
Yeah.
$9,999.
Yeah,
At this point.
wait for it, go ahead.
The A team, administration team, learns to row together,
The A team.
Who's the A team?
the principals and Mark.
Oh my gosh, I'm Mr. T.
No,
I
no,
have to call them the A team.
you're not,
I have to.
you're,
I have to call
what's
them the
his
A
name?
team.
They are the A team, that's why we're so
Oh my
excited,
gosh.
they're the A team.
That's
Board
brilliant.
meetings open with student success stories.
Oh, friends, did you hear that? Board meetings open with student success stories.
We did not buy that.
Even if you did, I hope you paid well, it's a good answer.
What's that? Oh, yeah, that was free.
Offered new STEM courses that resulted in growth and open enrollment.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. You may have to move those later as you all take them together, it's beautiful. All right, who's going next?
There's only 2 teams left.
Well, Chris, you're the closest, you wanna
Okay,
go
I'm the
next?
closest. I guess I'll go next. We have lifetime learners.
Love that.
Who is it?
The leader was Hannah.
Really? You're kidding
An
me?
increase of percentage age of students who went on to further education.
Love it.
We could just put further education, I'm sure.
Do we care what further education is, or do you need to spell that out, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Graduations rates improved.
love it.
Kind of hard to beat 99%.
Yeah, that's a pretty good
But
percentage.
you gotta keep it there.
Yeah.
Love it. All right, team number 4.
Do you want me to do it or do you want to do it? All right, I'll stand up and I'll do it.
Mr. T's gonna do it.
All right, oh, see, I'm so excited. I'm getting some gold chains now. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be the best.
I just want pictures of that school assembly or whatever.
Don't go out in the community like that, please.
People might have issues.
Let's say he'd be Hannibal.
Recruiting, retaining, and growing an excellent instructional staff.
Love it.
Developing an all means all culture.
What does that mean?
Every student, every education.
Okay, well, wait a minute. What about the ones that are naughty?
Every student, every education.
Okay, wait, you said 99% graduation rate, so I bet that 1%, they're the naughty ones. I mean, really, are we
No,
really
no,
gonna drag
no.
them around?
They're not the naughty ones. They're the ones that school doesn't fit.
So do we really, really, are we gonna hit 100%? I mean,
Yeah.
really, let's be honest.
No, 100% is the goal.
Thank you for letting me try and convince you to say something that is not what I wanted you to say. That's beautiful. Mike did not give up. I love it. Beautiful. All means all.
It's developing a culture.
I love it.
And continued growth and support of community college partnership.
Love it.
Great one.
That's a good one.
By the way, board, if you don't believe all means all, if you don't eat it, breathe it, drink it, say it every minute, every chance you get. Don't ask Mark to, don't ask your principals to, don't ask your staff to, don't ask your community to. I love it that you all, man, it's usually a little easier. Somebody usually wavers. Mike was hard on that one. He was like, no. All right, so this is beautiful. Let's go backwards. Team number 4, will you share? And I can put a heading over there, but let's just take off to the left.
Your turn.
But you can take the tape, maybe you take the tape over.
I'll take it for you if you want. Okay.
Tell us what you landed. So this one is 3 most frequently mentioned board actions or board characteristics. What'd you come up with?
Sure, you love me in this word.
Collaboratively.
Thank
Oh,
you. Establishing policies that create a positive work environment for staff.
love it.
Maintaining a focus on student achievement.
You guys wrote everything the wrong way.
I guess we only had 2.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we did.
They were
All
outside the
right,
box.
so you guys are next.
Next, Bob.
What'd you think? You're team number 3.
Yay, we're team number 3.
You're outside the box.
That's weird. Huh.
You're outside the box.
That, they only did 2. They're way outside the box.
Interesting.
I did tell him to.
First one is unification.
Thank you.
Tell me about unification, Bob.
Chris will.
Crack that button.
Tell me about unification, Chris.
Bob will. No, I think that the board has to be unified on decisions, making decisions.
Beautiful.
And the other thing is that I've learned, even if it's not what you think is, or what you voted, the way you voted, out here in the public, you still need to stand behind what your board decides.
Absolutely.
And that's hard. I've been on the side of that when it didn't go my way, and then I had to like cross over that threshold and say, yep, but I support the team decided.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful statement, friends. I love it.
We don't need to be a rubber stamp, but at the same time, you vote yes, I vote no, at the end of the day, it passes.
But the complaint I get from the public is, tonight, we almost all voted the same. You guys always vote together, but I have to explain to them that we didn't start there. It evolves to get there.
And, you know, that's a beautiful statement. That is a beautiful statement to make because it's, the community's not always necessarily watching, right?
Right.
There would be a lot of times if we were gonna make a vote on a $1 million project on it and we voted quickly, I would take a minute just to say, if you're watching tonight and wondering why we are voting just like that on a whatever $5 million project, because we've talked about it for 6 months and we've challenged each other and we've hashed it over and we did not rubber stamp. We have talked about it. So good for you to share that with
This
the
committee
community.
talking, that committee talking, this person from this, you
Yep.
know.
Consensus building takes a long time
Mhm.
behind the scenes.
You know, one of the problems is that everybody in this town went to school, so they think they know what school is, like a preschool. Just let them be kids, you don't have to have a preschool, well, they don't understand that preschool they are just being allowed to be kids. Okay, move on.
It's a great statement.
Which means the board was physically responsible,
Love it.
and the board provided the necessary additional support to increase results.
Love it.
Pretty vague there, wasn't it?
It's all right.
Hey, Bill Fair, you're to number 2 again.
Team number 2. And they gotta keep the same partners. Clearly, I did not plan the vote today.
Yeah, our president.
Now,
That was a team effort to misspell that, by the way.
I think you have to put sick in those bracket things, SIC in those brackets.
school board meeting, right?
It was a clever, I said, no, I think you needed E in there, and he put it in the wrong spot, so.
You
we-
forgot your N.
It was
too.
teamwork to
For
this.
Lisa.
I like it.
Lisa,
Just
is that supposed
just
to
be
still be going?
responsible.
Look at that.
Is that supposed to still be going?
I can't tell you
It's
how
no
many
big-
times I've walked to the back.
Better board communication.
It's not.
Julie
going
was
that
on
way.
it for.
Oh, it's not going?
No, it's.
It has been, though, could have
The
stopped my.
guy
Stopped just a few minutes ago.
Yeah,
Good, it's right back.
transparency.
How do you know? Oh, it's frozen. That's
Yeah, it's frozen, yeah.
Good job, Derek.
Beautiful.
Many the same,
All right, what?
many the same.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna put you back to work. Go back over here. So I just heard somebody say many the same. So if you were gonna group them, board, and Derek just offered to be your Vanna, how would you tell him to group them? This is where you have to
Well,
give
several
instruction.
that relate to transparency, for sure.
Fiscal responsibility, transparency.
Go Derek, go Derek.
Hey, it's not my first focus group.
That's
That's a few times.
Don't you think better board communication falls under transparency to some degree? Or it could?
Yeah.
Better give him some direction, board. He's
Yeah.
doing good work, but tell him where you want stuff.
You know, facilities and board additional increase, what do you call it? Board provided additional support.
That's kind of.
That's not just investment facility, that's an investment.
Investment.
They're both investments.
Investments.
Well, and for that matter, establishing policies that create a positive work environment is an investment of your time in looking at policies and ensuring that they make our school a good place for people to work.
And beautification.
And education, yeah.
Guess they all go together.
You know, school boards and school districts always talk about kids come first. They don't. The very first priority should be your employees, because if you have the right employees, the kids will be first.
What do you think?
You take good care of them.
Do you like the way you grouped them?
Yep.
Okay. Derek, you're off the hook. Chris, since you're standing, guess what? What do you notice behind Chris? Give him some direction.
I've never done this before.
You haven't been in very many focus groups?
Go slow. He's got to untape because y'all. First of all, what do you notice just about how y'all put your stuff up?
Take them all together.
The mark's different.
Yeah.
Mark it.
Really, yeah.
Okay, yes, but what else do you notice about that group? Just the paper.
It's just efficient.
Black, red, school colors.
Well,
Oh,
here's.
No, one did it one way and they all followed.
Yes, which is, and you did it over here too, but so you tape them all together, and you only have one there, so, and then you all went, and it's funny, whoever goes first, this happens every time, you set the trend, which is hilarious. It's not right, it's not wrong, it's not, it always happens. All right,
That's called the road to Abilene, by the way.
okay.
There's a psychological principle, and it's not even known, it's called the road to Abilene.
Oh, it really
It
is.
really is.
I like Shawshank Redemption.
But on the video that I did,
I understand.
but in my former large employer, to buy the video training pack was $1,000, and I still have the video. It's a fascinating thing on
Chris?
just that.
Chris is gonna move them all around, you better tell him where you want
We're
them.
not getting anywhere.
Okay, new STEM courses and community college partnerships and all means all culture can be very related, because we're talking about making sure we have programming that meets every possible student need in our community.
Yeah.
These go together. These three.
I think so.
So would you say that they have a theme between them? Because I'm going to ask you to name your theme then as well. You don't have to do it right this second, but.
I don't know if I'm supposed to answer things when I talk.
Actually,
What do I stay
Actually,
quiet?
I think all three of those go together.
I wanna see that.
Do you agree, board?
Let the big team return.
We did that on purpose.
You get back in at the same time.
What else?
I know.
What else, Mike? Come on, help me.
Well, the A-team rose together and improving employee working relations.
Yeah.
That's,
But you know, the one area that nobody brought up is food security. The role the school plays in feeding kids breakfast, lunch, summer food stuff.
I beg to differ, because you brought it up. It was on.
Yeah,
you know what, though?
You didn't buy
And
into
I
it.
didn't,
I think that's so important.
we couldn't take all of yours.
Somebody just remember that bus that just ran Chris over? That bus
That's the
ran
second time he's been run over.
I think that is so important though, and
Yeah.
I truly believe that's part of making an all means all culture, because if we truly believe in making every student successful, we have a number of students in this community for whom food insecurity makes it difficult to focus, makes it difficult to want to come to school.
And to achieve these things up here
Right.
at work.
Yeah. What's your free and reduced lunch rate here?
It's high, it's 60
60.
something,
Wow.
high 60s.
Matt was a Rotary today, and just a quick props to her on her initiative.
Good,
I think we had a good turnout, and she's gonna get a lot of
good.
support on trying to get that going too.
I'm about to quit.
Oh, shoot.
Closing up.
I'm
And
asking for a raise.
he's the only thing standing, well, really the only thing standing between you and going home.
Okay,
Relationships with-
North opening with student success stories helps develop that all means all culture, because those student
Yeah.
success stories may not all be the kids
It's
who,
not-
it might go back over here with the STEM and the all means all and continued support and all that. Because what that tells us, we can bring in success stories of students who it may not be that they're, I would love to see our alternative school bring in success stories to us this year. Because that's an area that we, as I've talked to many members of the team, there's a lot of uncertainty about what happens in that program. And I think bringing success stories from that program could be really helpful for us to know about what's happening there.
Now, that board meeting, open student success stories, may or may not have come from board president interaction at an ISD meeting in January. Just saying. That's where I got the idea from, just saying.
Anytime you can bring your students in, have them say, have them record them doing the pledge, or Zoom them in doing the
some-
pledge.
yeah,
Alright, wait, you have one more task, alright, so you just grouped these together. Do these two columns go together, or are these two columns separate? The one that starts board meetings, open with student success, and lifetime learners.
I think they can go together.
They could.
Yeah.
What would you call them if you were gonna give that a heading? Doesn't have to be fancy, doesn't have to be 8 words, what is it?
Student success.
Love it, you like it?
Focus on kids, yeah.
Will you write that up there for me?
I can't write. I don't know.
I'm gonna use a dry erase, there you go, don't,
This
Lisa will
is
never,
Actually,
Lisa
can you
will
read this all the
never
way up there?
invite me
What do I
back.
have to write?
So what do you
Go lift them up.
Chris, yeah, go below there. There you go.
what do you want that called? Do you want it called focus on students? Do you want it called student achievement? What do you want it
Come
called?
on, I'm reaching here.
Success.
Student
Student
success.
success?
Okay,
Well, the reason we're here, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
alright. Chris, you're doing beautiful.
I only remember that from that cheer.
Alright, so don't go anywhere, keep your mark maybe. So lifetime learners, so that also goes with this. So then you have the A team learns to row together, you have improving employee conditions and relationships. Working conditions, does that stand on its own?
Or what's the 18?
The next one you have is improving relationships with the community, addition of the new science, addition of the new school with modern facilities, I don't know where I got science from, sorry, recruiting, retaining, and growing an excellent instructional staff. And does your excellent instructional staff stay, there you go,
It's almost like staff achievement and student achievement.
okay? Or you could even just call it staff, right? Yes? What do you call the left? The last one that's there, what are you gonna call it? What's it themed?
Building blocks.
Community.
And you have two interesting pieces together. You have community and then you have something about facilities. And you can keep them there, you can pull them apart, you are the board, you can do whatever you want. But you have to,
District.
name it something. What do you want to call it? What makes sense? If the public came in and looked at that board, what would they call that? What would they say? Those two things, would they say those two things stay together? Those two things don't belong together? Something goes somewhere else? Here's what we'd name it. What would you call it?
Well,
I feel like they might.
District engagement,
what was that?
district engagement.
Okay, and would you put the addition of the new school with modern facilities under district engagement?
I think you could put it under all three.
Or could you call it resources?
Sorry, I'm standing in front of you.
Can you see over me?
Oh, yeah.
Here's what you've done.
What have we done?
You've looked forward 5 years. You've talked about the things that you want to do. This feels like to me you just started your board and superintendent priorities. And if you had a priority that said student success, or you can call it a goal, or you can call it whatever word it is that you use, and you had one that was called staff, maybe it's, you could add to that. And then if you had this third one and you name it X, then board, if you turned and you looked to Mark and said, Mark, this is where we want to focus in these 3 areas. And then you would say, Mark, do you have enough information that you could start to craft some goals under these topics? And if you had student success, staff, you have to name this third one. Would you stand behind that and walk out and tell your public, our district goals look like this?
Actually, we've got a pretty good document from Grunmeyer as far as what's the polling they did on community, what community wanted to see the superintendent. So I think that would be a piece of pulling the priorities together. If we don't, then why did we go through that whole process? We get 300 people to give us input on what they want.
We saw all the personality traits and all that, we still hired you.
Yeah, I know, isn't that weird? You must have been desperate.
I would guess so.
Still are.
I will bet you all a beverage of your choice, and if you looked at all those things, and I'm
They're
not
gonna line up.
discounting what was done, they'll fall.
Going into
They
that.
will.
And if those were your 3 priorities for the next 50 years, and you focused on facilities, you focused on staff, and you focused on student success, remember that's really, really high level. Every year, you're gonna look to this seat and say, okay, Shield, because he's our Shield, remember? What are we gonna work on this year? And y'all are you're gonna volley that back and forth a little bit. You could probably have those 3 priorities or something like that until the end of time. And it would be a good exercise to take the work of what you did from the community, but here's the other piece I will tell you, it's great to have community input, but who's steering the ship? Because you are responsible. And I'm not discounting your community in any way, there's that
No, but there's some
fine
really good
balance,
things
right?
in there that will dovetail on that.
And as you think about what this looks like, I have this just roughed out on page, thank you. Although you still have to come up with this what's your third piece? It's either that or you have to move those 2 pieces somewhere else.
Yeah, community goodwill, community relations.
It could be culture is another just generic word if you wanted to call it that. Doesn't-
I don't like that one.
You don't like culture?
Yeah.
Okay, then don't use that word. So you start with,
School system.
I'm glad you noticed I was standing up.
on page 17, there's a template that I would recommend. I can send this to y'all in a Word document. You can blow it up and do whatever you want with it. But it's that idea of your goals need to be a little bit like Wi-Fi and how Wi-Fi broadcasts out. So at the very top, I took your vision statement, your mission statement off your website. All students will learn well, become lifelong learners, and contribute positively to society. Which, by the way, is a beautiful statement.
We just
And-
started reading that at the beginning of every board meeting a few months ago.
Love that as well.
That may have come in January.
Love that
Thank
as
you,
well.
Cameron.
Sometimes you may want to take turns. Who's going to read it, right?
Well,
You
I
have
thought
to.
about that next step, and we also implemented 4 takeaways from that.
Love that as well.
I just want you to know the January meeting was helpful. I
It was
just want-
impactful. Good. So under your mission vision, that I just outlined that it's superintendent and board team priorities. You can have them separate if you so choose. I would say, don't make it hard on yourselves, because I'm guessing if you said, yep, these are our priorities, as a team, these are our focuses, these 3 things. And then you're gonna then we look at Mark and say, if that's true, Mark, do you have enough information from conversation from the board tonight, thinking about this, thinking about all these pieces, that you can come back to the board and say, here's what I think we should focus on in the next year. And he's gonna give you some more specific ideas. So he'll start to whittle that down, so it's what's the thing going to be? The time frame is gonna be probably this year. Remember, by the way, he's gotta go meet his staff. He needs to talk with his cabinet. He needs to understand what's already in process. And as a team, y'all need to talk about, Mark, how much time do you need to do that? When are you comfortable to commit to come back to the board? And it might not be until October, friends, that he says, hey, I think I can flush this out. And once he does that, then board, you need to look at each other and say, so what is our commitment to that? So let's say student success, and let's say he said, we're gonna maintain that graduation rate of 99%, or we're gonna go for 100, which would warm my heart, by the way, if you said 100, and when you don't make it, you high-five each other, and you say, okay, but we made 99, what are we gonna do? How are we going after that 1%? And board, what will be indicators that you will look for? Now, I don't want to put words in Mark's mouth, but they're probably going to be something like, bring us ACT test scores, bring us fast testing data if you're doing that in the grade school, there's probably a series of pieces of data that he will bring you that you can talk about what that looks like. Staff, same type of thing, right? If you're like any other district right now in the state of Iowa, it's filling all the spots. So part of that might be, board, maybe what you talk about is, what empty spots do we still have when the year starts, and Mark, what do you need from us to fill them, right? We aren't doing the goals, but y'all get to talk about what will it look like when we see that progress. There just happen to be 3. There just happen to be 3 goals under each. By the way, you don't have to have that. It can be 2. Again, I created this as an example. On the bottom right, whose evaluation is there?
Ours. The board.
Who evaluates the board?
The community on election day.
That's a fair statement. You all need to be looking each other in the eye and figuring out what kind of evaluation do we want to do. Board takeaways at the end of the meeting is a great way to start that. It's a great way to just say, hey, around the room, what did we do really well? And Derek may say, nobody screamed at each other tonight, friends. That's a really great thing. Not that that ever happens. But you may pick and choose, right? Maybe Chris goes, we had a really healthy discussion about X, and everybody didn't agree, but wasn't it beautiful? We had a really good discussion about it. And it gives you that moment of just quick reflection. It doesn't have to be anything poetic and wonderful, but that is a form of, there are tools that are on our website if you want to dig in a little deeper. Opposite the board evaluation is Mark's evaluation. And it's important to talk about, when will you do that? Please, 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 don't just do it once a year. Set time now to have that conversation with him. And those conversations don't need to be long and lengthy either. If you do a check-in in October, maybe it's just a half-an-hour conversation. Guess what? You have a closed session for that. You shut the door and it's all you talk about, but you can do that. And check in and let him share, here's where I think I'm hitting it out of the park, here's where I need some help. Don't be afraid to adjust your goals.
Have you ever had a district where the staff evaluated the board or provided feedback to the board?
I've never seen that happen. You could if you chose to do that. My question to that is, give them criteria of how they would, what do you want them to evaluate you on? And you could work towards that.
Yeah, it's just not an open forum of things, it's more.
Well, and remember, anything they give the board, if they're going to fill something out, right, they're going to complete something, board, you have no protection under closed meetings, so it's all It's all becomes an open document, whatever you get, right? So if you were gonna do something like that, that'd be one of those times I would say, let's just talk that through and let's probably just run it by your legal counsel to make sure, right? Like whatever we get back, if we're gonna get an artifact back, what are we doing with that board? Because it becomes a public document. I think I would invite you to talk about tackling it yourself first, and then maybe that next year, if you really think you wanna look at that, you could absolutely do that. So it's not a once and done. You did some amazing work tonight, and if you compare these answers to some of these things you said in the 2 years from now, and what do you want the contribution to be, they're pretty similar, which also tells me, I can ask you the question a lot of different ways, but you have the same hopes and dreams that you want for the district. You have to be absolutely spent. You had such a big night, you gave me a little more than 2 hours, thank you for that. I truly cannot tell you, one, I'm incredibly grateful for the work you do, because I know it's hard, I know no one says thank you. And in the quiet moment in this room, you are so appreciated for what you do. I always tell board members, I won't promise that it'll always be easy, but I will promise you it will always be rewarding in one way, shape, or form. There's the evaluation that I would ask you to fill out. Oh, I keep looking in there. I'm gonna fast forward really quick to, here's my, it will not always be easy. This is the first year that I ran, so it's my son on the left and my daughter on the right. And my big moment, my big bucket list that I didn't know I had is in 2017, I gotta give my son his diploma. In 2021, almost didn't think I was gonna get to do it with the pandemic. I gotta do that for my daughter. And those were incredible moments, and those will forever, we stopped the whole line and there was snotty tears in the whole 9 yards, but what I really learned from that experience and being on the board is, so that was a graduating class in Muscatine, and what I really learned is that I thought when I ran for the board I did it for my own kids. But in reality, I did it for all those kids in that picture who I don't know, who live with food insecurities, who don't have a safe place to go at night, who had conditions that there's no way that I could relate to. And I had to go figure that out so that when I made decisions for all students and for all staff, that I tried to think of everything that I could. And in a world where it's hard to do that, sometimes it's hard to see our differences in a peaceful way, I hope that you will continue to find ways to do that. Your last, so you have an evaluation, I would appreciate if you fill that out. Your very last page in this packet, if you get to write a letter to yourself. You know, it's late, it doesn't have to be a long letter, but you just made a big investment of time. It's on page 19, it happens to be on this page is 10 less than my age. So you're gonna write yourself, it's gonna be left, that's true too. You write yourself a little letter. You just gave me almost 2.5 hours, friends. What are you gonna do differently? In the next 30 days, what do you wanna focus on to say, I want to do this differently, or I want to do X. After you write this letter, sign it, love Derek, love Bob, love Mike. I gave you a blank envelope, address it to yourself. If you don't address it, I have ways to find out your address. Address it to yourself, put your letter in there and seal it. In 30 days, I'm going to mail it to you. If I could jump out of your mailbox in 30 days and check in with you, I would, which would be a barrel of monkeys fun, but probably scary too. And the mailbox just isn't that big. So you're gonna get this letter and go, what in the world? What am I sending my, oh yeah. And it's your own check-in. I don't read it, I don't wanna read it. So put your letter in there. You'll fill out your evaluation, you can leave that on your table. And I think y'all are off to an incredible start of a year.
So I'm not forgetting my little dress.
I have ways.
Maybe not for him, he's a newbie.
No, I already did the
Stop.
I already did the
No.
She would rat him out.
So the last page, 19, is our letter.
That's your letter, and you're gonna put that in your envelope, seal it, and you'll get it from yourself in 30-ish days. I gotta get that. I don't quite figure the mail time in. I always put a note on my calendar when I need to mail it, but enough days that you will have forgotten and you'll check in with yourself. If you're dying for some good reading, this is a fabulous book, How Not to Be a Terrible School Board Member. Kevin and I think Mark have heard me say I detested buying this for a year because it was a negative title. I couldn't bring myself to do it. It's 28 individual scenarios and they're amazing. I mean, they are written, the gentleman is a 40-some-year board member in California.
Oh, my word. Term limits.
He's a professor at one of the universities. He was so kind. I sought him out by email and I said, will you, can I have a Zoom call with you? And we talked about his book. So this is great. This is very practical. This would be a great book study if you did this. And they're easy. And remember, I'm not a good reader, so I was able to maneuver through this. This is equally, you can tell how much I like this. School Board Members Guidebook. This is becoming a difference maker for your district. I loved this book as well. There are great, this is where the shield comes from. I did not come up with that all on my own. So when it talks about Mark being your shield, I'm gonna make me a Captain America shield yet for this one. So if you're dying to do a little bit of light reading, those are easy books. So.
We have an evaluation for you?
This one right here.
Oh, there it is.
On top of that stack of bond stuff that Matt so efficiently walked you all through.
No, this is getting, my bust is getting mailed to
Hey,
you.
is there a way you could pass around my envelope? You almost could probably just reach.
I was gonna put it in an airplane.
That one
For football, to get in trouble by the teacher.
Exactly. Oh my God. Yes.
What's your white paper then?
You know, I will reuse it. My white paper that I've struggled to count tonight, for goodness sakes.
Oh, what is your, this is totally anonymous. What is your current position?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, and you know what, you don't have to fill that part out if you don't want to.
Oh, no, I am.
Check all the boxes.
I am. I want you to know my comments.
Uh-oh.
I forgot, are you collecting the envelopes or we just?
I will collect them, yes,
Just leave it
you
there?
can just leave it like that, that's perfect, so. I will, I always take pictures of the board working, and I traditionally at night text them to our communications director and say, hey, here's where I've been, will you post these? And she's on Ragbri this week, like, what the heck? So I will send them off in the morning, so if, is Centerville on Twitter? Do you have
I
a?
don't think so.
Well, if anybody's on Twitter, go follow ISB, because we will give Centerville some love. I think it's important that your community is able to see that you invested significant time tonight. So, and they'll include it in a Facebook album as well, so if the district's got a Facebook page and you want to link to it, you can do that too.
Well, she's got $2 million in her checking account, she said. Okay, so there's $1 million inside of that account. For like a year, you can't bring it. You spend 20 minutes talking to you, never tell us a name. So it was not time well spent at the end of the day. So if you have some naming rights on something, better come to the board with a name and a dollar proposal, not just hyperbole, because you sat through hours of hyperbole. think? Is it still possible?
No. No.
Steal our answers?
You're, still broadcasting your
Right.
meeting,
If you did, that would be a problem.
just so you know.
We were broadcasting.
Why doesn't he turn it off?
I think you still are.
Yeah, we need to,
Well-
can we adjourn?
Because we can't even talk about that even if we.
No,
do
if we adjourn, we
There's
can't,
no-
that would be, discussion would be boring,
Yeah.
so.
And-
Are we all done, or are we waiting till, I'm